Well, that was 1974 when we decided to form FOCAP. Started by a few, by just 7. Well, that was a time the government was still harassing working members of the foreign press. We had to show our material to the Malacanang press office. And of course, nobody heeded that. If it were not for the foreign press, we would have been bereft of any news.
There was a big change after EDSA. There was an explosion of media organization, tabloids, newspapers, radio, television. I was a defense reporter during the Aquino days, Cory Aquino days. And these were the most turbulent days of the Philippines when you have coup d'etat every now and then. The only period of stability I know was under Ramos. The only stories were disasters.
FOCAP had a reputation of being part of the history, being part of the changes that happened in the Philippines.
Puntang lamitan ngayon, ino-hold kami sa check.
And it was such an honor to become a member of FOCAP.
May nakunan ka?
Meron din konti.
Babarin daw sila tayo.
The concerns back then were mostly security, safety, physical security. And that was manifested by the very big incident of the Mindanao massacre.
Press freedom has always been under attack in the Philippines. The degree by which it is being attacked, I think, has changed.
Now it's coupled with and exacerbated by direct, online, and personal attacks against journalists.
There was a time in my career that I had to change names.
Some of the verbal attacks were really threatening, that these journalists should be punished, they should be killed like the drug addicts.
The intention here is to make you feel intimidated and distracted.
I see many of the journalists now in FOCAP to be fighting back, pushing back.
Pulitzer Prize Awards, international recognition. You know, these things are manifestations of how well journalists and especially FOCAP members thrive under such conditions.
Okay, so we're told that we're just about 70 to 80 meters.
On board a patrol boat that Maritime Law Enforcement Authority.
What the local government is trying to do here is to expedite the process.
We are recorders of Philippine history. And as we have been during the martial law years, so shall we be in the coming years.
Okay, again, good morning everyone. Welcome to the annual Prospects Forum arranged by FOCAP. I'm your host for today, Regine Cabato from The Washington Post. Now that you've seen a bit of an overview of what we do at our organization, let's call on the FOCAP President, Jamel Alandogan, to give her opening remarks.
Good morning, and thank you, Regine. Good morning, everyone. We'd like to welcome you to our very first online FOCAP Prospects Conference. As you know, the last few years, of course, before the pandemic broke out, we were at the Peninsula, shaking hands, sipping coffee, getting close. Well, it's not possible this year. Obviously, these are abnormal times, and this may be the worst of times, but it doesn't mean we are not able to do our duties as journalists. We step up, we show up, and that's what we're doing today. 2020 was a horrific year of deaths, economic meltdowns, and human tragedies across the world, and the situation in the Philippines was no different. It all started with 2 weeks of intense on-the-ground coverage in Taal. It was quickly followed by the heart-rending news of Gabi Tabunyar's death. He co-founded the Foreign Correspondents Club in Manila at the height of martial law in 1974 that would serve as a press freedom shelter for new generations of journalists like us. He led and guided us, but did not dictate and stayed away from the spotlight. But he loomed large as an icon all the more. His death in February was a shattering blow, like a death in the family. As journalists, we're constantly on the run, chasing stories of human frailties and triumphs in war and peace all our lives. But by mid-March, all that would be appended by the coronavirus pandemic in an unprecedented global scale. Like the rest of humanity, we were grounded, literally. Journalists, however, had to return to the field at some point and cover the story of a lifetime. You see, covering wars and erupting volcanoes, we would realize very soon enough, wasn't as complicated as reporting on COVID-19. In the battlefield, the lines of combat are often drawn and the bullet whizzing by is a red flag. In the pandemic, death can come without a warning, with a stealthy virus and its uncharted battleground. While the pandemic menaced practically all aspects of life, it also imperiled independent journalism at an existential time, with most journalists sidelined in their homes and with reporting severely restricted by lockdowns and the contagion. The public would be deprived of independent sources of information. The FOCAP board readily recognized the dilemma and acted rapidly to fill the news vacuum. And in the months that followed, FOCAP organized dozens of online news forums, mostly via Zoom, that gathered independent voices and experts. In October, we launched FOCAP.ph, marking another milestone in the organization's digital pivot while remaining committed to upholding press freedom and independent journalism in this very difficult time. The website contains announcements and advisories for our upcoming events and media forums, and it will likewise feature informed commentary from policy experts, academics, and journalists. Going forward, we will beef up FOCAP.ph's content to keep the public informed, and in the meantime, we welcome you to explore our website anchored on accurate, independent, and undaunted journalism. We will also release our annual FOCAP Prospects magazine in the coming days with limited print copies and a digital version which will be made available for the first time too. This year's edition features in-depth coverage of last year's major events, personal insights of FOCAP correspondents, and images by our courageous photographers who continue to brave the odds despite the increasing danger of field work. And for today's press conference, we have assembled a stellar cast of speakers led by Defense Secretary DELFIN Lorenzana, who unfortunately has sent his regrets that he's unable to join live today and has sent a recorded video this morning instead. We have today too, I believe, for the first time, Philippine Ambassador to the United States, Jose Manuel Romualdez, Supreme Court Justice MARVIC LEONEN, NEDA Secretary KENDRICK CHUA, BARM Chief Minister AHOD EBRAHIM and International Human Rights Investigator AGNES CALLAMARD. Our esteemed speakers will provide us incisive outlook on the prospects and challenges that lie ahead this year. And there is no guarantee that 2021 will be less daunting, but we look forward to a new year of renewal and hope. We look forward to hearing from our speakers again today. Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate your presence. Good morning, and back to you, Regine.
Thank you so much, Jam. As Jam mentioned, unfortunately, our first speaker, Defense Secretary Lorenzana, who will be talking about prospects in national security, will be unable to make it. So we can listen in to his pre-recorded message for FOCAP.
Supreme Court Justice MARVIC LEONEN, Ambassador to the U.S. Jose Manuel ROMUALDEZ, NEDA Secretary KARL CHUA, BARM Chief Minister Al-Haj Murad, friends from the Foreign Correspondents Association of the Philippines, other guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am honored to join you today alongside a formidable roster of speakers for the 2021 Prospects for the Philippines Forum of the Foreign Correspondents Association of the Philippines. Let me thank FOCAP, especially its president, Jamila Arindugan, for graciously inviting me to this event, as I have always viewed FOCAP as a champion of press freedom. The previous year has tested our resilience as we bore the brunt of the COVID-19 pandemic and its consequences. One major takeaway from this experience is the realization that security, economy, education, and diplomacy, and other functions of our society are inextricably linked to public health. As underscored by President Duterte in his address before the 31st United Nations General Assembly's special session on COVID-19 response, and I quote, "The pandemic has worsened threats to peace and security. The lowest elements of society weaponize this health crisis. They cripple the state's ability to respond," unquote. In the same session, the President called on the United Nations for an equitable access to COVID-19 vaccines, urging leaders to give the most to the least, as no one is safe unless everyone is safe. Guided by the same principle, the National Task Force on COVID-19 formulated the Philippine National Vaccine Roadmap that has been subsequently approved by the President, setting the government in motion for the procurement and eventual rollout of the vaccination program nationwide. As chairperson of the National Task Force, I hope to elicit support from FOCAP by way of relaying factual and accurate reporting on the vaccination program. But the pandemic has opened up a lot of opportunities that we could not have seen in normal times. First is the inadequacy of our health system to deal with a massive health crisis like the COVID-19 virus. Members of Congress are already talking how to improve it. Even the military health system will undergo some facelifting in the coming years. Second is the use of the internet. The pandemic has spawned a lot of innovations on commerce, which are online banking, sales and food delivery, education, online and distance learning, telemedicine, and others, to name a few. Third is the infrastructure development such as transportation and telecom services. Fourth is doing the daily bureaucratic jobs. Work from home and webinar has become the norm, and the wonder is that an office can function very well with these innovations. Where does the Department of Defense fit into all this? How can the Defense Department help the other agencies in the fulfillment of their tasks? It is by continuing its mandate as protector of the people. It has always been stated that there is no development without security and vice versa. The two go together. And the Department of Defense will ensure that there is security conducive to development and commerce. As the country strives to develop its physical economy and human resources, the DND stands ready to continue its job to eradicate the 52-year-old insurgency. It is a fact that the insurgency has prevented our country to develop as it should. As for our international defense and security engagement in 2020, the year started with President Duterte's decision in February to terminate the Visiting Forces Agreement with the U.S. That startled many, especially the Americans. Without the VFA, it is difficult to implement nor develop interoperability between the U.S. and Philippine forces as agreed upon in the MDT. Despite this, we remain positive that the U.S.-Philippine alliance would remain strong since our engagement are not only military, but in other fields as well, like trade, commerce, and education. The year 2021 promises to start a new era for the U.S.-Philippines relations under a new U.S. president who seeks to assert America's status as a world leader. Being one of America's allies in the Indo-Asia Pacific region, the Philippines may benefit from the Biden administration's anticipated pivot to Asia strategy. Thus, we welcome with great optimism the change of leadership in the U.S. government, hoping that the strong and reliable friendship between the Philippines and the U.S. would flourish even further. After all, the decades-old alliance has endured multiple changes of administration on both sides amid numerous challenges in the relationship. As for our challenges ahead, the long-standing geopolitical rivalry between the United States and China will surely continue to test our adeptness in balancing our relations with both countries. On one hand, it is necessary for us to continuously engage with China, not only for our existing cooperation in various areas, but also for the peaceful resolution of our competing claims in the South China Sea. On the other hand, we are mindful of the role of the United States as a stabilizing force in the Indo-Pacific region and a counterbalance to China. In general, we argue that maintaining a stable international rules-based order is in the interest of all concerned. But with the appointment to the U.S. Department of State of former Ambassador to the Philippines, Song Kim, who has a deeper understanding of the Philippines, we are hopeful that prudence and proper restraint will be exercised in dealing with other countries' domestic affairs. American leaders must note that the foundation of our alliance is our shared commitment for the preservation of democracy and protection of human rights, and that the Philippines has never reneged from such commitment. Since bilateral relation is always two-way, the Philippines must do its share in fulfilling its commitment to alliance and undertake its role in preserving this decades-old friendship. Our country can be a more responsible partner by exerting efforts commensurate to those of the U.S. and its neighbors, such as investing in the modernization and capability upgrade of its own armed forces and developing its own defense industry. By taking a relatively larger responsibility in the alliance in terms of burden sharing, the Philippines can generate openness and confidence with the U.S. and its neighbors. In ending, let me underscore that we will continue to uphold our independent foreign policy to safeguard our sovereignty and national interest. We will maintain and enhance our existing alliance while exploring potential partnership, all for the advancement of our country and the welfare of our people. Thank you very much for your attention and good day.
All right, so that was it for the message from our first speaker, Defense Secretary DELFIN Lorenzana. For the next session, our Q&A will start after this, so feel free to line up your questions or line up if you want to ask anything in the chat box. Let's now call on Mr. Jaime Flor Cruz to introduce our next speaker, the ambassador to the U.S.
Thank you, Regine. It's now my privilege to introduce our next speaker, His Excellency Jose Manuel del Gallego Romualdez, our Philippine ambassador to the United States. Ambassador Romualdez has been our man in DC since 2017, leading perhaps the most important diplomatic post in the Foreign Affairs Department. Now, before his appointment, he had served as President Rodrigo Duterte's special envoy to the US. Ambassador Romualdez, or Babe to his friends and golfing buddies, has extensive experience as a media practitioner and business executive. He was the CEO of Stargate Media Corporation and publisher of People Asia magazine. He still regularly writes a column for the Philippine Star. So this is a wonderful opportunity to get a reading of the current state and the future prospects of Philippine-US relations and other related topics. Ambassador Romualdez's remarks will be followed by a Q&A session, so we encourage local and foreign press to type in your questions in the chat box. Please identify yourselves, and one by one, we will call on you to ask your questions on camera. You may type in your questions even as Ambassador Romualdez is speaking. Ambassador Romualdez, the screen is yours.
Thank you very much, Jim. It's very nice to see you again. You're looking well. Well, first of all, let me express my deep sympathies to the FOCAP on the passing of their founder, Gabi Tobnyar, who happens to be also a very close friend of mine. I've known Gabi for such a long time. Even when I was a news reporter for Channel 9, we used to see each other quite often. So I feel what you feel, the loss of a really good media person and correspondent of CBS. Let me also greet a pleasant morning to all of you in Manila, to all our friends in the Foreign Correspondents Association of the Philippines, as well as to your esteemed guests from the government, headed by, of course, my friend Secretary LORENZANA, and the Supreme Court Justice LEONEN, and the Chief Prosecutor AGNES CALLAMARD. Let me first express my gratitude also to the FOCAP President, Ms. Jamela Alindogan, and my good friend Jim Gomez from the Associated Press for extending this invitation to speak before this distinguished audience today on the prospects for the Philippines-United States relationship. I also wish to thank Ms. Hale Benaventura for her close coordination with the Philippine Embassy here in Washington for this event. When I took on the job of being the Philippine ambassador to the United States, I knew I would be working through a lot of challenges brought about by the many changes happening in the Philippines and the United States and beyond. However, just like most people, I never expected that we would be confronted with a once-in-a-lifetime, once-in-a-century pandemic whose cascading effects have brought devastation on people's lives and their livelihoods and brought national economies to a standstill. The overwhelming challenge that the Philippines and the rest of the world are facing now revolves around protecting our populations from the coronavirus while creating the conditions for a swift and sustainable economic recovery. The United States continues to have the capacity to lead the world out of this crisis. It has only been over a week since President Joseph Biden took his oath, and we expected much of these early days to be devoted by his administration to getting the house in order, so to speak. Needless to say, his top priority, as with all world leaders, is having and implementing a comprehensive and detailed strategy to address the coronavirus pandemic. We certainly welcome President Biden's openness to international collaboration and his commitment to working for an equitable distribution of vaccines among countries, now with the United States also participating in the COVAX facilities. As early as May 2020, my team here in Washington, D.C. and I have been speaking with the U.S. biotech and pharmaceutical companies at the forefront of developing the COVID-19 vaccines with the two-pronged goal of securing immediate access to vaccine supply for the Filipino people and opening a pathway for sustainable supply in the longer term through possible co-manufacturing with Philippine entities. I am pleased to note that these discussions have been quite fruitful, leading to separate commitments from Novavax to the Serum Institute of India, Moderna, and Johnson & Johnson for the supply of 30 million, 20 million, and 6 million doses of their respective vaccines by the middle of this year, with an initial delivery beginning as early as May. An agreement with Pfizer, which was the first company we engaged actually, is also forthcoming. We hope to receive very soon doses of their vaccine through the COVAX facility. I also spoke last week with Gavi's Santiago Cornejo and impressed upon him that the Philippines is ready to receive the vaccines. I also would like to call particular attention to the arrangement with Moderna, which brings together the national government, the local government units, and the private sector, pooling their resources to be able to immunize as many of our people, particularly those in the front lines and who provide essential services. Shout out to my friend ICTSI CEO and Chairman Enrique Razon for volunteering not only to consolidate the orders from the LGUs and businesses, but also to ship the vaccines from the manufacturing facility in Europe to the Philippines at no cost to the government. We really cannot overemphasize the importance of private-public partnership during this very challenging time. We also continue to monitor developments in the vaccine candidates of Inovio Pharmaceuticals and Arcturus Therapeutics to potentially include in the mix of vaccines for the Philippines. While we work relentlessly to immunize our people, we also continue to engage our U.S. government and private sector counterparts, as well as our diaspora, to highlight the Philippines as an attractive investment destination and the pathway to Asia in a post-pandemic world. Our strong economic fundamentals and continuing implementation of infrastructure initiatives under the Build program assure us of a strong recovery, hopefully by the end of this year. The pandemic has created opportunities to fast-track digitalization and a clean and green recovery. We intend to seize these and welcome new and enhanced partnerships with our American friends in terms of investments and capacity building in critical sectors such as aerospace, IT BPM, creatives, IT and electronics manufacturing, energy, agriculture, telecommunications, and healthcare. Our IT BPM industry remained active, and the pandemic quickly returning to almost 100% capacity despite the community quarantine with the support of the government. Many of them service US and multinational companies and have been critical in ensuring business continuity. The Philippines continues to provide opportunities for US companies to grow their businesses and improve their operations in the new normal with the development of more IT hubs and digital cities throughout our country. In December, we welcomed the entry of Florida-based SBA Communications in the Philippine market as an independent tower company, which is expected to bring substantial investments in passive telecommunications tower infrastructure in support of the ongoing efforts to enhance connectivity in the Philippines. Building on the Philippine economic briefing we held last November, we are preparing for more in-depth sector-specific discussions for the virtual events we're hosting in April and November of this year. By bringing together business leaders and innovators from both countries, as well as key Philippine and US government officials, we hope to identify concrete projects that will support our two countries' evolving post-pandemic recovery plans and priorities. We note and support the Biden administration's focus on the domestic economy, while recognizing at the same time that domestic economic policy directly impacts international trade. We therefore hope that the United States will continue to consider the Philippines as a reliable trading partner. On the political front, we have witnessed new key members of the Biden cabinet getting confirmed by the US Senate and assuming office this week, including Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin III. Jake Sullivan will also be his national security advisor. Foreign Affairs Secretary Teodoro Locsin and Secretary Blinken spoke last night and both reaffirmed the Philippines and the United States' commitment to further strengthening our alliance. The two top diplomats discussed the work ahead, especially as we mark 75 years of our diplomatic relations and 70 years of the alliance in 2021. On the South China Sea, Secretary Blinken assured that the United States will stand with claimant countries and reiterated the previous administration's stance as far as China's maritime claims are concerned. He also underscored that the Mutual Defense Treaty will apply to armed attacks against the Philippines. We welcome this continuation of the U.S. strengthened policy as regards the South China Sea. Meanwhile, we will continue to reach out to new personalities, both in the executive and legislative branches, in order to forge a good or even better relationship with our long-standing and only military ally. The U.S. Congress is now led by Democrats, as we all know, but we have friends from both sides of the political spectrum, and overall, the bilateral relationship remains in good shape. True to his campaign promise of reviving U.S. alliances and partnerships, President Biden has started reaching out to a number of world leaders, including with Japan and South Korea and our part of the globe. It's early days, and we hope to also have the U.S. president that will have time to reach out to many of his counterparts in Asia, including the Philippines. In a few days, the ASEAN Committee in Washington, D.C. will have its first meeting with a key member of the Biden administration. We will be speaking with the White House Indo-Pacific Coordinator, Dr. Kurt Campbell, who some of you may probably know during his time as Assistant Secretary of State for East Asian and Pacific Affairs. Dr. Campbell has previously spoken about and written articles on the Indo-Pacific, and he has hinted that a strategy for the Indo-Pacific would benefit from the following: the need for a balance of power, the need for an order that region states recognize as legitimate, and the need for an allied and partner coalition to address China's challenges to both. The confirmation hearings for the nominations of Secretaries Blinken and Austin also offered glimpses of President Biden's foreign policies. Most of the questions posed by the senators focus on how the Biden administration intends to deal with China's global aspirations and how the United States would revert to working with allies and partners in dealing with pressing issues. On U.S.-China relations, Secretary Blinken said that there are, and I quote, rising adversarial aspects, certainly competitive ones, and still some cooperative ones when it is in our mutual interest. For his part, General Austin said that the United States will continue to advocate the peaceful resolution of maritime disputes without force or coercion. He noted that the United States does not generally insert itself into territorial or maritime disputes to which it is not a part of, but maintains a strong position on adherence to the legal regime of the oceans reflected in the Law of the Sea Convention. The Philippines has consistently pushed for the peaceful resolution of the disputes in the South China Sea. In this regard, we also welcome a United States that will work closely with allies and partners in addressing issues of common concern and interest, and a United States that will look at the possible areas of cooperation, especially in the multilateral stage. At a time when the whole world is still reeling from this pandemic, we could all use a period of peace and cooperation among countries. I am certain that the alliance will stay the course and continue to be strengthened as both our countries remain committed to working together on a range of issues, from addressing COVID-19 to countering terrorism in our own country and the region, and to ensuring a free and open Indo-Pacific. I should also say that the people-to-people ties remain the anchor of our bilateral relations with the United States. The pandemic has increased the visibility of the Filipino-American community as thousands of Filipino frontliners and essential workers perform their duties with utmost excellence, dedication, and compassion. The Biden administration's commitment to eradicating discrimination and achieving racial equity also bodes well for the continued progress of the broader Asian American and Pacific Islander groups, including Filipino Americans here in the United States. Educational and cultural exchanges continue to be robust even during the pandemic, and the Philippine and US governments are working on further improving the exchange experience. This year will mark 75 years of diplomatic relations between the Philippines and the United States. Those 7 decades have definitely seen various changes and challenges, which have only made our alliance, partnership, and friendship stronger than ever. I know that this will continue on. Thank you, and I'm now ready for your questions.
Thank you, Ambassador. If I may be allowed to ask the first question, you attended President Biden's inauguration ceremony, and I assume you have had initial contacts with your counterparts in DC. Now, based on the recent appointments at the State Department, does it not look like it will be Obama the second in terms of how the Philippine-US relations will be like? I mean, we've had shaky and sometimes strained relations between the Duterte administration and Washington. Is it going to be better? And how what can we expect?
Well, I think, Jim, I'm confident that it will be better. Not for anything else, but I see that the Biden administration has been reaching out to its allies, and they want to reboot, so to speak, the leadership the United States has taken in the world stage. And so, as we all know, President Biden even reached out to President Putin just the other day, and they are one of the United States adversaries, and Russia has been accused of meddling in the U.S. elections here in 2016 during the election of President Trump, former President Trump and Hillary Clinton. So that gives you an indication that they're reaching out to as many of their, whether their adversaries or but most especially allies. And I'm confident that this will most likely be even better than we ever had because of the importance of now having a stronger relationship, especially in our part of the world.
Talking of a reboot of relations, is it too early to talk of at least a phone conversation between our two presidents?
Well, I think that there is a plan. We're not, of course, privy to when this will happen, but President Biden has been calling as many leaders as we all know, especially those in the neighborhood, so to speak, and the Canadian Prime Minister, the Mexican President, and of course in Europe, he has spoken to Prime Minister Boris Johnson and many others. And we have been told that in the Asian region, he will be speaking to all the leaders of the Asian region in the coming months, perhaps in a month or two or something like that. But on Monday, I have a meeting with the National Security Council Assistant Director for Asia Pacific, and perhaps I will be asking him on when the plan, what would be the plans of President Biden in having a conversation with our president, which is, in my view, very important, of course.
Our colleagues have questions. My friend Mello gets the first question. Mello, please.
Thank you, Jim, and good morning. Good morning, Mr. Ambassador, Your Excellency. I'm just as interested as anybody else. How serious is the U.S. pivot to Asia, considering America's concerns domestically, economically, and politically? Mr. Ambassador, that's my first question.
Well, I think it's clear, even before the Biden administration formally took over the reins of government here in the United States, we have already reached out to them and trying to get a feel on what their policy would be, especially the policy that was promulgated by the Trump administration through Secretary Pompeo, recognizing our arbitral award. And it was quite clear that they were quite certain that that policy will continue, and we're definitely glad that it is, that's what it is. We all know that this confrontation with China is quite strong, especially in relation to Taiwan. So there is now some form of tension that's going on in that part of the world with the USS aircraft carrier Theodore Roosevelt in the area, and we're watching that carefully, and it's unfortunate that Secretary Lorenzana will not be able to join us, because I'm sure he has more information on exactly what is happening in the tension in that part.
Yes. My second concern is about the China Coast Guard law, which authorizes the Chinese Coast Guard to fire on foreign vessels who may get into Chinese territory. How do you look at the United States' point of view on this particular concern?
Well, they definitely have expressed their concern. In fact, I spoke to one of the assistant secretaries at the Pentagon, and they've already reached out to us and informing us that they're definitely are not only concerned, but they see that as a not a very good sign coming from China, coming out with that law, especially on the Coast Guard. So again, this is really something that we have to see where it's going, and I'm afraid that we have to now be more circumspect in the way we handle our relationship with both countries, because we don't want to be caught in the middle, but at the same time we know that that the recognition of our arbitral award is part and parcel of this whole controversy that's surrounding that area. But I'm quite sure that our friends here in Washington, D.C. will be with us if any untoward incident happens to our fishermen and any one of our people, our naval vessel.
One last point. Can you please update us? Will the visiting forces agreement still go on?
Right now, it is it is in limbo, so to speak, because it's due for sort of like a renewal in August. We have not really touched on that yet, but there is a yearly meeting which happens, and this time we'll do it virtually this coming February, which is the bilateral strategic dialogue between the United States and the Philippines. I will be attending that, and I'm sure the discussions will be surround our Mutual Defense Treaty and, of course, the VFA.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. Thank you.
Next question comes from Leoneska of GMA News Online. Leoneska, please.
Sir, yes, good morning. Good morning from Manila. My question is about, sir, my question is about COVID response on the vaccines. Is the U.S. government considering donating COVID-19 vaccine doses to the Philippines? Is this pathway an option, considering that the U.S. government, I understand, ordered at least 800 million doses of vaccines under Operation Warp Speed, which is more than what they need to cover their entire population. So I am curious if they are going to donate vaccines to their longtime allies like the Philippines.
Well, as you know, there is obviously the vaccines are in. There's a critical supply problem here in the United States right now, as you probably have seen in the news. So President Biden just ordered for another 200 million doses, which will now bump it up to 400 million doses for the United States. I'm sorry, for 600 million for the 300 million plus population of the United States. They have come back into the WHO with an executive order coming from the White House, and that will include joining the COVAX, which I mentioned earlier in my speech. So that will be the channel of which the United States will be, I wouldn't say donation, but a participation in making sure that there's an equitable distribution of the vaccines. We are a member of the COVAX Solidarity Plan, the WHO, and we are getting many of our, I think 30 million from Novavax, which is an American pharmaceutical company, and also Pfizer will be part of that one. And we hope to be able to get a supply of our vaccines. We're trying to bump up our supply to 130 million by the middle of this year. And we're doing everything we can here as far as reaching out to many of these pharmaceutical companies. As you know, we just closed the deal with Moderna on the private-public partnership. We also closed, we're now talking to Johnson & Johnson, which is it's a one jab type of vaccine, which is, I think, very useful for us. And also that the storage is not going to be a problem. I'm very confident that the United States will do its best to help in the vaccination of many of our people, considering that we're one of their major allies in Asia.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you.
Thank you,
The
sir.
last question goes to Marites Vitog, and I am happy to relay her question. Her question is, human rights and the promotion of democracy are going to be key in Biden's diplomacy. How do you see that playing out with President Duterte?
And the human rights issue has been around for many years, even before Duterte became president. We all know that human rights issues have been hurled, well, not hurled against us, but it's been happening in many parts of the world. And it's been more pronounced, of course, with the drug war that President Duterte launched when he took office. But we've been very clear in our message that it's not as if we're not doing anything about it. And I know that the last count that we had is that we've dismissed as many as 6,000 police officers who themselves were involved in drugs and perhaps involved in the human rights violations. So I think that this issue will definitely be taken up again. And we will continue to cooperate with the United States in giving them the right information. But the most important thing really is that I think we need to be clear that our justice system has to continue its path. I mean, we cannot really, no matter who the president is, that if people will run to the United States to resolve legal issues, and it will always be they telling us what to do, then we will never really be an independent nation. So that, I think, is what's important now more than ever. Of course, there's a lot of things improvement to be made, but we're a young country as far as the United States, as a matter of fact, is suffering right now from their own inborn terrorism, which, as you all know, happened last January 6th. So democracy has a price to pay, and I think that's one thing that we have to be clear is that it just has to continue to improve itself as the years come by, and that hopefully our institutions, especially our justice system, will become stronger, and that there will be less of these issues that come our way.
Much more issues to cover, Ambassador Romualdez, but we've run out of time. We thank you for being with us. You have a big job. We wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, Jim. Thank you very much. And thank you to all of you from the FOCAP.
All right. Thank you so much, Ambassador. And thank you also, Sir Jimmy, for that session. Let's now move on to our second speaker, the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region Chief Minister. We'll be calling on Jason Gutierrez of the New York Times to introduce the next speaker.
Our next speaker, Chief Minister AHOD EBRAHIM, or as in FOCAP more popularly knows him, Murad EBRAHIM, is a chief interim minister of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. He is also the head of the Moro Islamic Liberation Front, the country's erstwhile largest Muslim force, which had long fought for an independent homeland in the south. Faced with a COVID-19 crisis and continued threats from other militants linked to the Islamic State, he is currently lobbying for a term extension beyond next year. Ladies and gentlemen, Chief Minister AHOD EBRAHIM. Sir?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum and good morning to everyone. Before anything else, let me extend my gratitude to the Foreign Correspondent Association of the Philippines, FOCAP, for this wonderful opportunity to share with everyone the experience of the Bangsamoro government and what we wish to become soon, post-conflict and post-pandemic, inshallah. I'd also like to extend my courtesies to my fellow speakers today, Philippine Ambassador to the U.S., Jose Manuel Romualdez, AGNES CALLAMARD, NEDA Secretary KARL, CHUA, Supreme Court Justice MARVIC LEONEN, and to our esteemed moderators, Jamila Alindugan and Regine Cabato. 2 years ago, the Bangsamoro unanimously chose the road to peace. The GPH-MILF peace process reached its biggest milestone to date by the ratification of the Bangsamoro Organic Law, which eventually paved way to the establishment of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, or BARM. We were, of course, in anticipation that the transition period will be filled with birth pains, anxiety, and uncertainties. By this time, we can already attest that those expectations were dramatically met with the addition of an unprecedented global crisis that would impact all walks of life. I'm referring to the pandemic, including the lives of our people. Most of us are already wary because of the extremely unique circumstances during the past this year. But we owe this to our people and the sacrifices made by our dear brethren in the struggle. We cannot put our people's welfare on hold, and so our services continues. Our work as part of the interim government is mandated by the Bangsamoro Organic Law. Some of our immediate deliverables that are either completed or in the works are the Bangsamoro Transition Plan, enactment of priority codes, gradual phasing out of employees, institution of placement and hiring of personnel, continuity of government services, determination of parliamentary districts, and full transfer of powers and properties of the ARMM to the Bangsamoro government. These are the least tasks that we have to deliver during the transition period. By now, most of these operations have been halted due to the coronavirus pandemic. We remain optimistic, however, that the Bangsamoro government can make it through. While it is true that we support the call for an extension period, we will also make sure that we are not complacent, especially in providing social services to the Bangsamoro during one of the darkest chapters of human history. Before I open for conversation, I'd like to give a short background of what really happened. First is the signing of the comprehensive agreement on the Bangsamoro in March 27, 2014. After more than 17 years of formal negotiation between the More Islamic Liberation Front and the government of the Philippines, so that is an important juncture in our history, which seals peace through legal and democratic processes and meaningful social and political reforms. So the comprehensive agreement on the Bangsamoro paved the way for the two interrelated tracks in the Bangsamoro peace process: the political track, as embodied in the Bangsamoro Organic Law, and the normalization track that is designed to address the struggles and aspirations of the Bangsamoro and to put an end to the protracted social conflict in Mindanao, in Muslim Mindanao. In July 26, 2018, President Rodrigo Roa Duterte signed into law the Republic Act number 11054, or the organic law for the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. The creation of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao became effective as a result of the overwhelming yes vote in the plebiscite conducted on January 21 and February 6, 2019, to ratify the RA Republic Act 11054 and determine the areas for the new political entity. By February 22, 2019, the President have appointed 75 out of the 80 members of the BTA, Bangsamoro Transitional Authority, and a ceremonial turnover from ARMM to BARM was held on February 26, 2019. However, it was only on March 29, 2019 when the inauguration of the BARM and the inaugural session of the Bangsamoro Transitional Authority Parliament was conducted. Since then, the BTA and the government of the day have been working tirelessly to fulfill the mandate, implement flagship programs, and institute major reforms and behavioral change. The transition period, particularly in post-conflict setting, refers to the critical phase in which, at the very least, new systems of governance, meaning shift from unitary presidential to parliamentary ministerial. Then a functioning bureaucracy and then rule of law are in place. Based on the scholarly studies and experience of other countries, transition period for a post-conflict government takes at least 6 months or 6 to 10 years. And crucial peace-building programs are sustained during this critical period to maintain trust in the peace process, build legitimacy, prevent recurrence of conflict, and move the country towards progress. Under RA 11054, the transition period for the establishment of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region shall commence upon ratification of the organic law on January 25, 2019, and shall end upon the dissolution of the BTA, Bangsamoro Transition Authority, which shall come after the first regular election in 2022. So, during the more than 1 year, almost 2 years, at least the significant accomplishment we have, the BTA have put in place. First is the regional bureaucracy and institution building. We have approved the Bangsamoro Transition Plan. Gradual phasing out of defunct ARMM employees has been completed. BARM institutionalized an independent and credible placement and hiring process. Started with the launch of the online Bangsamoro job portal, the first of its kind in Muslim Mindanao, which catered to and screens aspiring applicants. About 800 newly hired personnel across BARM filled in various positions as of December 15, 2020. BARM launched its BARM development plan in 2020 to 2022, increased number seal of good governance in the local government, and MIRG launched training and child-friendly local governance. So for social services, we have initiated the project Tabang, or translated Tulong Alay sa Bangsamorong Nangangailangan. This is a regular project wherein the ministries converge together in different areas in order to extend various kinds of services. Then we have rapid emergency action on disaster incident. And then in healthcare, we implemented we call it Ayudang Medical mula sa Bangsamoro, which provide medical assistance to at least 8,522 patients as of today. Then we have upgraded several health and medical facilities. Then on the COVID response, our government allotted 155 million pesos to local government units in the Bangsamoro region to augment the LGU's local quick response fund to fight COVID-19. So we also provided about 15 million assistance to all the medical and health facilities. So these are part of the achievements we have during this on the economy. After this more than 1 year, BARM ranked second in Mindanao in terms of economic growth in 2019. BARM sets high investment record, exceeding its target of generating 2.3 billion worth of investment project by 180%. We have strengthened revenue collection in the Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources and Energy. We were able to collect 306 million in 2019, which is 101 million more than the previous highest collections of the past government. Wage hike in the BARM region from the previous 270 to 280. Daily income workers are now receiving 290 to 300 pesos. Then we have also distribution of agricultural products. Then in infrastructure, BARM housing construction have already been started. BARM turns over 90 million worth on infra projects to LD Lanao del Sur in the Marawi, in Marawi City. Then on the environment, former MILF combatants serve as forest rangers, reforestation of overseas land in region, and on security, we have provincial conferences of preventing and countering violent extremism. And we see that there is a significant lowering down of violent incidents in the region. Then others are normal and ordinary services extended to our people. So these are the significant, some of the significant activities. So I look forward to having a fruitful conversation with all of you today. And I'm open to any questions or clarification that you may wish to ask. Thank you, and wassalam.
Okay, good morning. I think some of you may want to ask some questions. Okay, please go ahead first, Karen.
Okay.
Reuters.
Yes.
Karen, you don't have your mic turned on. Please turn it on. Yeah.
Hi, sir. Good morning. Sorry about that. Sir, thank you for joining us today. Sir, my question is related to the coronavirus pandemic. Sir, we've heard the government explain and tell us the logistical challenges they face in rolling out the vaccines to, as they said, 70 million people this year, which is their target. I think it's going to be all the more challenging when we talk about hard to reach regions, like in your case, Sir Barm. So could you give us an idea, sir, how the government plans to go about the rolling out of vaccine insofar as BARM is concerned? Thank you.
Thank you very much. On the issue of the vaccine, we have already allocated an initial 500 million pesos for the purchase of vaccine. This is already allotted by the during our 2021 budget, and then if necessary, we still have some sources to augment. We are also looking forward that the national government will also extend some assistance to us. But on our side, we have some preparation for that.
Sir, I'm just curious, will this be independent of what the national government is doing? And if that's the case, are you in talks with specific manufacturers? And how do you plan to go about meeting the supply challenges like the cold chain and the like?
Actually, we have not initiated yet any negotiation for vaccine, but we are still looking into the national government. We are in touch with the Secretary Galvez also, and in the national government, and we are seeking also some advice from them, and we will see. But as I have said, once we feel that we already need to, we have made up our mind on where to purchase, then we can start the purchasing.
Thank you, sir.
Does that answer your question, Karen?
Yes, Jason, thank you.
Okay, may we have Melo Acuna of Asia Pacific Data, please?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Yeah.
Mr. Chief Minister,
yeah.
Welcome to our forum today. I'm just curious about the decommissioning. How far have you gone in the decommissioning of the armed forces of
okay.
the MILF?
Thank you. We are targeting our target for the decommissioning is we will be decommissioning at least 40,000 combatants. This 40,000 combatants will be divided into 3 phases, the decommissioning. The first phase will be 30%, the second phase 35%, and the third phase also 35%. So we have completed the 30% first phase. That is 12,000 plus there was an initial, during the past administration, we have already started a symbolic decommissioning of 1,500. So we have 13,500 decommissioned combatants. And these decommissioned combatants have already turned over their firearms, and they are being under safekeeping by the independent decommissioning body. And then thereafter, what is only lacking is that because the idea is to after decommissioning, they will be reverted into ordinary citizens, productive member of the community. So they will be assisted with social packages, economic packages. Actually, the commitment of the government is 1 million each for the economic packages to be extended to everyone in order to live a productive life. That includes housing, that includes scholarship for their children, and then some maybe some projects to be extended. So the total estimated total is around 1 million each combatant. But for now, the 13,000 combatants have received only 100,000 each. The social component, the economic component, is not yet delivered to them.
Okay. As a follow-up, don't you think they will be frustrated with the kind of setup because they were promised 1 million and they have received barely 10%? Will they not go back to fighting the government and come up with another splinter group to probably go against the MILF?
Well, that is one way we are taking care of. We are trying to talk with the national government, that because I think the challenge with the national government is there is no particular budget for that 1 million each. Their plan is they will take it out from the programs of the different departments. So now that is the challenge, because it takes time before these departments can extend the necessary assistance to the combatants. So that is also a challenge that unless we are able to at least complete this assistance, then we cannot go on with the second phase of the decommissioning. And the second phase is scheduled already for this time, but we cannot go on that unless we have to solve first. We have to find a way in order to resolve this issue of assistance today.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I can only wish you the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Here's a question from Caroline Argilias from Mindanao. I'll ask a question for her. Proposed 3-year extension of the Bangsamoro transition from 2022 to 2025 is pending now in Congress. By Monday, you will have only 33 session days left until the Congress adjourns in June. Can you tell us if you're confident that they would approve your extension? I know you've asked backing from Malacanang, but the president has said that he threw it back to Congress. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, we see the challenges that, but you know, the call for extension is actually not about power of politics, for political power, but really because we see that we need this extension in order to complete the implementation of the agreed agreement. So we draw out a implementation roadmap for the extension. First, we have we hope that now the bill have been filed already in the lower house. There are 5 bills already filed, and they have been conducting hearing already. And then in the Senate, we have 2 bills also filed already. So we expect that within this December, these bills will undergo first reading, and then by January to February maybe committee referral, and then by March we will have we could possibly have a bicameral conference for the Senate and the and then transmittal to Senate for appropriate action if necessary. And then by March also, we hope to have the second reading and the certification of the bill as urgent, if possible, by the President. And then in May, we hope that it would be transmitted already to the President for his signature and then publication. So that is the timeline we are looking forward. Although this is very, we see that this timeline is really very, what do you call that? This very short and very, but we hope to accomplish.
Thank you, sir. May we have Donna of GMA?
Yeah, good morning. This is Donna Magsino.
Yes,
Chief
Donna.
Minister, this is the first time that our country had this parliamentary form of government under a unitary system. And now the latest development is BTA is asking for another 3 years for transition. To educate the public, sir, can you kindly walk us through the scenario? What happens to the incumbent barangay captains, mayors, governors, if this 3-year extension period would push through? Will there be another elections for them in 2022, or what happens, sir? Status quo.
As far as the first of all, this is one challenge one of the challenges we face, because setting up a parliamentary ministerial form of government under a presidential unitary system is very unique as far as we are concerned, and I think we have no experience we can look into even in outside the country. So that is why it takes us because we need to renew the bureaucracy. We need to phase out all the old bureaucracy and then hire in new bureaucracy. So these are very challenging, and that is why we really need time to extend. Now, the extension is not for the local government. The extension is only for the transition authority, meaning we just want that the transition authority, which is responsible for setting up the transition mechanism, that will really convert from the unitary system to parliamentary and then set up the bureaucracy of the government, will be extended, because the law says that it will end by the first regular election of the parliament will be synchronized with the national election in 2022. So that means barely more than 1 year now. So we see that we really cannot now we can cope up with that time. Now, for the local government, it will not be affected. The barangay captain, the mayors, the governors will continue the election in 2022. What we are asking only is the parliament, the transition parliament, that is to be extended up to 2025.
Noted, sir. Just a quick follow-up, if I may be allowed.
Yes.
Yeah, very quick, please.
Yeah. So after the transition period, will these seats still exist I mean, the barangay captains, the mayors, the governors, because I understand, sir, the parliament, 40% of those seats, meron na pong mga district representatives.
But these district representatives are on the parliamentary setup. It does not affect the executive function of the barangay captains, the mayors, and the governors. So walang pagbabago doon. What is only new now is the formation of a parliament for the Bangsamoro government that is responsible for the laws, for formulating laws, and then for the mechanism of the regional government, but not for the local government.
Thank you very much, Chief Minister.
Thank you. May we have Ellen Cruz, please? Next.
Good morning, Chief Minister.
Good morning.
My question is, how do you assess the peace and order in your region? Because until now, there are presence of armed groups in the area, and there are also some criminal groups. Just recently, there was a big incident wherein some 13 people died. So, and also, are there alarming threats that you should be concerned about?
Actually, admittedly, there are small groups still existing, and they are not on board the peace process. One is in the mainland. We have the Bangsamoro Islamic Freedom Fighters. This is a splinter of the MILF because they parted ways from the MILF sometimes during the term of President Arroyo, when the peace process was halted due to the now they are divided into 3 groups. So our strategy now is we are trying to opening dialogue with them, convincing them to join us, to join the government. And 2 groups are open to the dialogue, and in fact we are working out now more than 900 members of this group who would like to join. And we just trying to, we were, during the 2nd anniversary Foundation Day, we are trying to hold the ceremonial joining, but then there was a problem of because they are, some of them are facing warrant of arrest, who have to work it out. So we are both having dialogue with all the groups, including the Abu Sayyaf also in the island provinces. The island provinces, we have already some of the Abu Sayyaf who are also manifested their possible joining to the parliament and joining the decommissioning process. So at the same time also, we are strengthening the security measures, security structure. We have agreed to establish a temporary structure. We call it a combination of the not yet the Commission MILF combatant and the AFP and the PNP. We call it the interim security group. So this is to assist the AFP and the PNP in the security measures. So we are also working on the gradual joining of our combatants to the AFP and the PNP, those who will qualify. So these are, so now, as I have said, there is a significant lowering down of the incident violent incident. But of course, there is still, because now there is also the drug problem, there is also the other related criminalities in the area.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any follow-up, Alan? That's it?
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
Okay. I have a question by Jim Gomez of the Associated Press. He wants to know if if the new anti-terror law that was signed by the president can effectively address the terrorism threats in your region.
So far, the anti-terrorism bill, we see that it is still early to judge whether it will really address. But on our side, we have assured the president that we will be helping the national government in implementing this anti-terrorist law.
Thank you so much, sir. Is there any follow-up question from Jim? I guess there's so many things to ask you, but we have run out of time, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for entertaining us today.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for everyone. Okay. Assalamu alaikum.
Okay. So thank you very much, Chairman and Jason. For our next speaker, we will be having. Sorry, let me pull up my program. Okay, for our next speaker, we are having a renowned international human rights investigator. Dr. Agnes CALLAMARD was appointed UN Special Rapporteur on extrajudicial summary or arbitrary killings on August 1, 2016. She's the current director of Colombia Global Freedom of Expression. And she's also an assistant. She's also a special advisor to the president of the Columbia University. She directed the Global Freedom of Expression Organization Article 19 for 9 years and led HAP, Human Accountability Partnership International, which is the first international self-regulatory body for humanitarian agencies. She was chef de cabinet for the Secretary General of Amnesty International and AI's research policy coordinator, leading its policy work and research on women's human rights. Dr. CALLAMARD has led human rights investigations in more than 30 countries. As UN Special Rapporteur, she undertook the investigation into the extrajudicial execution of Saudi journalist Jamal Khashoggi. She also worked extensively on police killings in the context of the war on drugs in the Philippines and on killings by armed groups, including in the context of armed conflicts. She has published extensively on human rights, including women's rights, refugee movements, and the methodology of human rights investigation. Thank you very much for joining us, Dr. CALLAMARD.
Thank you very much to the Foreign Correspondent Association of the Philippines for their invitation. It's a great honor to be joining you this evening for me, this morning for you. Dear speakers, excellencies, dear journalists, ours is a world of large systemic and historical changes, some of which are existentialist in their implication for humankind. The most serious threat ever confronted by our humanity is a climate emergency, with dramatic implication for many people around the world, for actually the entire world, but certainly for more people in certain areas, including in part of the Philippines and certainly in many parts of Asia. The second existential threat is a pandemic. As COVID-19 is lingering, mutating, exposing our vulnerabilities, experts around the world are warning that this is unlikely to be a one-off event, that we may not see the end of it as early as we are expecting. And I've heard one of your speakers earlier talk about a one-off, one in a lifetime pandemic. And I have to say, I'm not so certain that this will be one in a lifetime. And then a third characteristic of the world we inhabit is that the global economy is suffering at the moment, or has been suffering now for several years, a significant and widespread slowdown amid prolonged trade dispute, poverty rates increasing in numerous countries, having gone down for the last 40 decades, while inequality within and between states is deepening, exacerbating divisions and hampering development. In that context, climate risk continue to be underestimated, encouraging short-sighted decisions that expand investment in carbon-intensive assets, where the opposite should occur. And these systemic historical global changes can only be addressed through global cooperation. And in fact, some of your speakers as well really highlighted the importance of global cooperations. But in my view, that at the moment is under serious challenge, even though we have a bit of hope with the change in the US administration. We need to acknowledge that the international system at the moment, notwithstanding the changes in the US administration, is not very conducive to global cooperation. And why am I saying that? First of all, because we are in the midst of a reconfiguration of the global international system, characterized by increasingly strident and violent opposition and conflict between two superpowers, the US and China. And that is demonstrated, among other things, by the new armament race and by direct and proxy conflict for territorial and resources control. And again, your country, the Philippines, and the region is very much at the heart of that reconfiguration. And the second obstacle to global cooperation is the rising populist politics and strong-arm masculinist leadership, which as a general principle do not tend to support multilateralism and global cooperation. And in fact, hasn't done so for the last decade or so. And in addition, our era is also characterized by repeated attacks against the international system and against international global rules. It's also characterized by attacks against the idea of human rights and human rights norms. The past decade has seen the unraveling of the so-called global project and its associated multilateralism. The past decade has seen a resurgence of national sovereignty as a primary value. And one of its main proponents is China, which is deeply involved in the reconfiguration of the global international system. And at a time of great global transformation, demanding increasing global commitment, the kind of narrative around national sovereignty, even when it is hammered in a rather pragmatic way, is nevertheless bound to fail to deliver the kind of cooperation that we need as a global community to confront climate change, to confront the pandemic, and to confront a slowing down of the global economy. And along with this structural crisis, a major source of instability is the digital and technological industrial revolution. Everything I have mentioned earlier will be on its own a major challenge to us. But imagine that it is actually all of those things together at the moment. And on top of it, we are going through the last industrial revolution. Technology, digital technology, artificial intelligence, biotechnology, cloning, robotics, with implications for humans, human society, and human rights are likely to be extraordinarily severe and complex, but are yet not fully understood. These global shifts have generated and are generating major human rights violations and much suffering. And often these are based upon a narrative of othering, of dehumanization of whole communities the world over, refugees and migrants, Muslims, the poor, the petty criminal. Violations are translated into social cleansing policies, racial cleansing, ethnic cleansing policies. The dehumanization narratives are spread at an exponential scale through the digital revolution I have just mentioned, through the weaponization of internet by entrepreneurs of hatred, sometimes political leaders who are also entrepreneurs of hatred, able to rely on the tacit or indeed active complicity of the big tech corporate actors, currently counting among the most powerful and fast-growing corporate actors in the world. And many of what I have described right now at a global scale is actually happening in the Philippines. Many of those trends is being played out in the Philippines. Let me begin with the last point I have just made around the dehumanization. For many years now, as some of you have, do know, or many of you maybe, I have denounced, along with many of my colleagues and civil society, both in the Philippines and outside the Philippines, the dehumanization that has taken place in the country over recent years, the red tagging of others. And these have become the backbone of human rights violations as government policy, or at least as something amounting almost to a policy. And its unfortunate acceptability by too many through disinformation, lies, and propaganda. People have gotten killed in their thousands, allegedly drug pushers, small criminals, and also alleged communists. Many human rights defenders, journalists, lawyers, judges, organizers of poor people, poor farmers, indigenous leaders have paid the price of that policy and the dehumanization. And social medias have played and continue to play a key role in the dehumanization of the victims. Again, in many ways, the Philippines, in fact, was at the forefront, preceded a process that have become much more global since then. The weaponization, the instrumentalization of the platform for the purpose of undermining human rights and democratic principles. The weaponization of internet in the Philippines is, to cite Maria Ressa, a chipping away of fact, using half-truths that fabricate an alternative reality by merging the power of bots and fake accounts on social media to manipulate real people. That is a phenomenon that was tried out, tested in the Philippines 6 years ago, 5 years ago, and which then has become a global phenomenon that has been denounced most recently in the context of the United States and in the January 6th event. The weaponization of internet means that there is seemingly no public for fact and no public for truth. that the public opinion is prepared not just to believe the lies, but prepared to accept the consequences of the lies, which are killings. The Philippines, along with other countries in the sub-region, is also experiencing frontally and deeply the systemic shift I have described earlier. It has experienced in the most cruel fashion the COVID-19 pandemic and the various measures taken by the governments, which were probably required, but were also abused and led to further violations, including violence and death. Again, that's not specific to the Philippines. It has been repeated around the world. Of particular importance presently for the Philippines and for human rights in the Philippines is the geopolitical competition, if not outright conflict, between China and the United States that are played out inside the country and on its shore in the South China Sea. I listened with great interest to the Minister of Defense and to your ambassador in the Philippines, because they communicated a very interesting position on that geopolitical conflict and how they see it being played out under a Biden administration. What I wish to say is that the competition between China and the US has not favored human rights protection and is unlikely to favor human rights protection. Why? Because on one hand, the US may be prepared to tone down its scrutiny over the human rights record of the country so as to keep the Philippines within its sphere of influence, while China, which has never really cared about the human rights record of any country, may in fact embolden the government's human rights violation for the same purpose, which is to bring the Philippines within its own sphere of influence. And in that game, the human rights actors, the human rights victims are likely to suffer far more. So looking forward, I just wanted to share a few thoughts. The dynamics I have highlighted present tremendous challenge to the human rights community, to the human rights movement, as powerful actors seek to undermine human rights not only as a practice, but also as an ideal. Around the world, there are many leaders who are prepared to say human rights don't matter. There are many leaders who are prepared to say we do not want to highlight human rights as a global objective for all of us. And they are proposing counter norms which are too often based on rejection of others and discrimination. So the challenge we face are of both substance and scale. They are substantive not only in terms of the spread of the violations, but also of the increasing sophistication, ingenuity in the methods of repression, and the increasing complicity and cowardice of states and other powerful actors. They are geographically spread, those violations. There is not one country left untouched, and democracies are experiencing some of the greatest dip into human rights protection. And they are resourced, those attacks, by very well organized, well-resourced movements, which are also global. There are campaigns orchestrated against human rights, against the very idea of human rights, and against human rights defenders. From a short-term standpoint, we have heard quite a few hopes being placed in what the new US administration may signify for the Philippines and beyond for the world in terms of strengthening global cooperation and addressing tensions. And, you know, to a certain extent, I do share this hope. And the measures taken over the last week by the Biden administration go probably in the right direction on many fronts, including climate change and so on. Both your defense minister and the Philippine ambassador in the US expressed prudent hopes, I think, of stronger relations between the two countries. And in my view, if I may suggest that may be one way of moving that hope into a more practical post, into an actual implementation. My suggestion will be that the Philippines should demonstrate its stated commitment to human rights and democracy, which is, I think, what the two speakers have highlighted. And we need to see action, not just words. So what could the Philippines do to incite the United States to stronger commitment, to stronger protection, to stronger investment? Well, for instance, the Philippines should actually put an end to the incitement language by some of its political leaders, either targeting so-called drug users, meaning the poorest people, the most vulnerable communities of the Philippines, or actors that are at the forefront of fighting for the most vulnerable communities in the country, indigenous, farming, poor people in urban areas. The incitement language against those individuals must stop. They are a principal motor, a principal justification for the regime of impunity that is characterizing the current human rights violations. Second, I think indeed the justice sector of the Philippines should play a strong role, should demonstrate its commitment to the Constitution, its commitment to the rule of law by holding those responsible for violation to account. There are many violations now. We're looking at thousands, just in terms of killings, thousands of killings that must be answered to. So I think it will be incumbent upon the government of the Philippines to propose and start implementing a clear process towards accountability, characterized by investigation and prosecution, to agree benchmark for the strengthening of the accountability process. Thirdly, this administration should release political prisoners, beginning with Senator De Lima, but not only. There are many others. That too will be a very strong demonstration that the Philippines means business when it talks about strengthening a relationship with the United States and calling upon global cooperation. Fourthly, the government should drop charges against Maria Ressa. There is a clear abuse of the Philippine legal system to go after an independent journalist and to use spurious cyber libel charges, which have been denounced the world over, including by the very best lawyers. Instead of targeting independent journalists, instead of targeting human rights defenders and civil society, the government of the Philippines should celebrate them as globally recognized, globally awarded members of that global community upon which we need to address the global challenges which are eating away at many countries around the world, including the Philippines. The formidable media of the Philippines, the formidable media, the formidable civil society of the Philippines, the formidable human rights defenders of the Philippines are part and parcel of the global cooperation that your representatives were speaking about today, and that are needed for us as a global community, for you as a country, to address those tremendous challenges that must be tackled globally as a global community, united by a common goal, which is addressing climate change, addressing the pandemic in an equal way, bringing together and in a non-nationalist way the vaccine that can be shared around the world. That demands global cooperation, that demands global attention, and that cannot be done if media is muzzled. It cannot be done if civil society cannot do its work to raise awareness around the people for the importance of the vaccine. That too is a message for global cooperation, and this is a message I want to share with you today. And I want to thank you for being such an important actor for the Philippines and for our global community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. CALLAMARD. So for our Q&A, we have a couple of questions lined up. Don't forget to introduce yourself before asking. And we are still accepting questions. Just sign up in the chat so that we can promote you and give you speaking permissions in the for this video conference. First question up, Mr. Mike Navalio of ABS-CBN.
Good morning from Manila. Good morning from Manila, Special Rapporteur CALLAMARD. I note with interest your statement a while ago about cautioning about being optimistic about a new U.S. administration, saying that this could not really lead to a better human rights situation in the country. But to what extent do you see possible developments with the rise of the Democrats in the U.S.? We note that some of the legislators who have called for the release of Senator Laila de Lima and Maria Ressa and the dropping of charges against Maria Ressa are now occupying key positions in the U.S. Congress. Is there any hope that the U.S. could at all exercise pressure on the Philippine government with respect to these cases?
Yes, I mean, I share the prudent optimism of many of us in terms of the Biden administration presenting opportunities for better human rights protection. I mean, clearly, in terms of the liberal values that the Democratic Party is known to have made its own, it will continue to do so, and it's going to do so even more because of what happened under the Trump administration. I have no doubt that they will act on their previous commitment regarding Maria Ressa and regarding the search for accountability. I think the point I was making was more from a longer term standpoint, which is, you know, how far will that commitment unravel? And how far will it go when confronted with your government responses, which may be to say, if you're pushing too much, we will seek China's friendship, which they are already doing anyway. So within that context, I am concerned that human rights is not going to be an asset for either one of the parties, and could be the victim of those, of global competition. That's my main fear. Now, I hope I'm wrong. I hope that the United States will be able to convince the Philippines, as all of you or many of you have tried to do, that actually the Philippines is, by its political culture, by its history, strongly within the camp or the count among the country that hold democratic values dearly, because they fought so hard for it. That the Philippines is a country that has been at the forefront of some of the global transformation for human rights. That the Philippine civil society, which I was talking about, because it has been such an important actor globally for the protection of human rights. So I hope that we all will be able to convince the Filipino people and the Filipino government that its best interest lays with democracy and the preservation and protection of human rights. That's what I am hoping we can achieve. I think in the short term, the Biden administration will mean well and will try to do well. I want to see what happens when it gets a bit tougher in the relationship with China.
Right. Just as a follow-up to that, well, in the Philippines at the moment, there have been recent concerns about the implementation of the anti-terror law, and recently red tagging of several opposition figures, as well as even schools and students. Is your office initiating any investigation or any action on the Philippines at the moment? And to what extent do you think this could actually look into the situation, given that the Philippine government is not allowing you entry into the country?
Yeah, well, I think I will not be the one able to investigate, as you know. In terms of the anti-terror law, we've already taken two public positions on it over the last 6 months. My colleagues and I have analyzed the law, have highlighted how it fails to meet international standards, and we've already brought specific cases to the attention of the authorities. The anti-terror law, is one of the negative trends I did not mention earlier, but it's an additional one, which is the hyper-securitization and counter-terrorism framework that has taken over the world. And the Philippines, of course, is part of it. And there too, unfortunately, at a global level, we do not have very strong state to count upon for bringing a counter proposal in terms of security and terrorism. The whole world is being driven by more and more counter-terrorism measures, security measures, and that is also happening in Europe. And that makes our ability to confront what the Philippines is doing much harder, because we basically there is no state to count upon right now for that particular discourse. All we can count upon are ourselves, other civil society, UN experts, and the media when they are interested in covering the issue. At the state level, at government's level, they have taken upon that those security measures with great gusto. And as you know, we are celebrating this year the 20th anniversary of, sad anniversary of 9/11. It was a terrible event. What happened after 9/11, what 9/11 has unleashed on our global society and on the Philippines, among others, is also part of the terrible storm we have to confront at the moment. So you can count on us. You can count on UN experts. You can count on Special Rapporteur. We will continue to, well, maybe not in person, but some of us, maybe my colleagues, can investigate. I don't think at the moment we can count on a lot of states to critique the Philippine anti-terror law.
All right. Last question for me, if you will indulge. The global, well, several human rights organizations here in the Philippines and abroad have criticized the October 2020 resolution of the UN Human Rights Council as a failure of the global international human rights community. And some groups, looking at people's-led investigation, has launched Investigate PH. They said that they will conduct their own investigations into human rights violations in the Philippines. To what extent can that help UN agencies or the ICC or the UNHRC look into the Philippine human rights situation, given the situation in the country where you barred access? Do you think this will help people's-led investigations?
Yes. Look, it will help because like the others, I was more than disappointed. I was mortified. I was angry. I was revolted by the resolution adopted at the Human Rights Council. I saw that as a slap in the face of the victims, the families, the face of the journalists who had been reporting relentlessly, taking a lot of risk to report on what's happening at the forefront of the war on drugs or war on terror in the Philippines. And of course, a slap in the face of all of us internationally who had done the same. Why did the Human Rights Council go for that very soft, ridiculous resolution? I think they didn't have a hunger for a fight, and they wanted to give a benefit of the doubt maybe to the official Philippine government narrative, and felt that by providing technical support, that will be part of a solution. Clearly, it's not happening at the moment, and while, of course, I will want to hope it can work, but I have very little expectation that it would deliver. So international organizations investigating what is happening, collecting the data in a way that is irrefutable, even though we have already collected a lot of data, will be very, very helpful. I am placing now a lot of hope in the ICC. They have moved the Philippines to the next stage, as you know, in terms of the investigation. I hope we can hear more within a couple of months. That's what they promised, even though they are in the middle of recruiting their new prosecutor. But hopefully we will, they will determine that the situation is such that the only option left as part of the ICC mandate is to undertake a formal investigation. We need to, make use of everything at our disposal, and we need to look for more measures. The world we are confronting demands that we go outside business as usual. I mean, even governments recognize the scope of the challenges, the nature of the threats, existentialist for all of us. We as civil society, of course, we also have to rise to the international, to those international challenges. We as human rights experts have to rise to those challenges. So exploring all of those measures and providing first-class evidence to the world is a major step, and I will encourage everyone to contribute to that exercise.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Mike, and thanks so much, Dr. Callamard. Just as a very quick follow-up before we move on to the next question, I was also hoping to ask about your expectations for the ICC decision. Um, Given all the evidence that you mentioned, like the need for first-class evidence, and also the ICC's announcement that it is going to make an announcement within the first half of this year, do you think that a case would prosper if a formal investigation is announced? How optimistic are you in this regard?
Well, look, I think if if the prosecutor and the ICC more generally move forward on the basis of principles only, rather than tactical consideration, then we know that they will be moving into the next step. There is no other option. Now, they may be taking into account other considerations, such as the fact that the Philippines will not cooperate, will not collaborate, and therefore the scope of the nature of the ICC impact may be weakened. To that, I have to respond to, my response to those considerations of fear is that we are in a world where possibly more countries are going to withdraw from the International Criminal Court. For the reasons I've highlighted before, which is a rejection to the global vision and a rejection of global scrutiny. The ICC needs to learn how to work and operate in that context. And the fact that the Philippines has now withdrawn, we know does not impact on the mandate of the ICC and on the fact that the ICC does have jurisdiction over the Philippines. So the Philippines should proceed independently of whether or not the Philippines as a government is prepared to cooperate. Why? And the trial themselves, if are maybe unlikely to occur, but the investigation that the ICC will be able to do and to conduct, even if they cannot be on the territory of the Philippines, trust me, there is a lot that they can do, that there is a lot that they have learned to do without going into a war zone. Even without being able to enter the territory, they will be able to conduct a thorough investigation. And that will make a major difference in terms of the narrative that the government is still prepared to push, that all those that died because they were engaging in violent activities and they were killed in self-defense by the police. So I am hopeful. I want to believe that the ICC will do the right thing, and I want to believe that the ICC is prepared to work in difficult circumstances outside, in and with a country that refused to cooperate with them, because they've got to learn how to do that. This is how they will grow and be, super important actors. And then that will lead to more universal jurisdiction openings outside the ICC itself. It will allow other governments to use the ICC findings to launch universal jurisdiction cases. It will complicate a great deal the situation for many of the Filipinos officials that are involved in those what the ICC has now described as the crimes against humanity.
Thank you so much, Dr. Callamard. Let's now call on the next person to ask a question. Lian?
Good morning, Dr. Callamard. As you know, there's an ongoing review panel of the Department of Justice into the 5,000 deaths in police drug investigations. As you said, there should be a benchmark for accountability. What benchmark should this review panel hit, and how soon should they hit it before the UN Human Rights Council potentially deciding that technical assistance is no longer sufficient, and that it should move to a more stronger resolution and a tighter scrutiny of the investigations of the killings in the drug war?
Look, you know, one of your speakers, it may have been the ambassador, I'm not sure, mentioned the fact that 5,000 policemen or 6 had been dismissed in relation to you know, criminal activities or human rights violation. That to me is not a benchmark. In fact, it's the opposite of an accountability. Yes, I'm sure being dismissed is a problem, but being dismissed if you've killed people, that's not acceptable. Okay, so let's begin by talking about a clear benchmark for killings, clear benchmark for human rights violations. That's not an administrative response. It's got to be a judicial response. It's got to be a proper acknowledgement of the wrong being done. So that's the first, you know, those 6,000 persons that have been dismissed, their cases need to be reviewed by a proper court of law. That's an important and clear benchmark. It is not an internal administrative process. Second benchmark is what happened to the family of the victims. How have they been treated? How have they been acknowledged? What kind of redress are they getting? And so on and so forth. For many of those families, they have lost their main breadwinners. What is being done to support them in the current context? What kind of accountability have they been, you know, can they receive? Both in terms of justice and in terms of financial support. So the place of the victims in this ongoing review panel, their role in searching for accountability and for reviewing the cases, how many of them are getting access to the review panel itself, how many of them are getting access to redress, are getting access to reparations, and so on and so forth. That too should be a major outcome of that review panel. I've already said that to me, one of the most clearly, you know, centrally important step that must be taken, and that should be a benchmark of in one way or another, is to not just focus on those that pulled the trigger, but to also focus on those that emboldened those that pulled the trigger. So is the review panel prepared to tackle incitement? Is the review panel prepared to tackle those who have repeatedly said, I have your back, to the killers in uniform, to the serial killers in uniform? The review panel must be prepared to integrate into its, you know, into its review the systems, the leadership at the highest level that has allowed for that policy. In my view, it is a policy, you may dispute it, at least that has allowed for the continuation of those human rights violations. And there should be no limit as to who should be included in that review, from the president to the police commissioners and below and in between, all of them. If they have said, if they have incited, if they have protected, if they have done any of those things, they must be part of the benchmarking of how the Philippines is prepared to respond to those human rights violations. So on top of my head, those are some of the benchmarks I would be expecting.
Just a quick follow-up, Dr. Callamard. Should these benchmarks, all of them or some of them, should they be hit before the next session of the UNHRC? Is that a realistic expectation for the government?
They cannot be, I mean, you know, ideally, of course, but let's be realistic. I mean, the next session, in fact, is starting in 2 weeks. So I'll say that what we would be expecting at the next session is for those benchmarks to be presented and for a time frame to be presented. You know, that will be a very good step for the Philippines at the March session of the Human Rights Council. Present your benchmark, present your time frame, and then let's have a discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lian. Sir Jimmy?
Yes, thank you. You outlined a few steps and benchmarks that the Philippine authorities should take and meet, which are well taken. But what can your side take to reset your engagement by perhaps dialing down the rhetoric? I'm not talking about the substance, but the tone and style and optics and the results. Put simply, some people here, including officials and part of the public, they bristle at the appearance that they are being lectured at, being browbeaten to doing something, being shamed to doing something, and they end up doing nothing or the opposite. Is dialing down and resuming, say, quiet dialogue acceptable to you as the more pragmatic and effective step? Or is it an unacceptable compromise or a sellout and a non-starter?
Look, you know, special rapporteurs have a range of tools at their disposal and a range of actions, and one of which is indeed dialogue and assistance, indeed. So that's the first thing. It's not because the strident language may be captured by some and by the media that this will be the only thing that, this will be the only way we act. Second, there are different actions by many different actors. When it comes to the Philippines, determined because of my personal encounter and engagement with the Philippine authorities from August 2016, you know, the first year of my work as a special rapporteur, I was personally repeatedly targeted for doing my work. There was nothing particularly out of the ordinary in the way I engaged with the authorities, at least during that first year. I just presented the fact as I understood them and as indeed my predecessors had understood them. The authorities responded, or one of your representatives in particular, responded by, you know, through very chauvinistic, sexist, violent language. I was never, you know, I've never gone for that. It's other parties to the conversation who went for that, and I'm continuing to do so, including in the most dismissive fashion. Now, it does not mean that other actors, including other special rapporteurs, should follow my steps and have this very tense relationship with the authorities, which is a reality of it now. I know that other special rapporteurs have tried a different route. They have engaged diplomatically, as you seem to prefer, in tone and style. They have sought to negotiate access to the country. I can tell you, 3 years down the road, they are still negotiating. Because who has come to your country? And trust me, there were a lot of special rapporteurs who said to me, well, look, you did something, we're going to do it differently, we're going to negotiate. Well, tough. They still negotiate, they are still negotiating, and they are still not getting access to the country. Now, you know, it is important in my view, and I have no problems at all with other actors engaging with the Philippine authorities, you know, even the technical support approach. I don't think it's going to work, but you know, you know, now that it has been adopted, I'm hoping something good is going to go up, you know, that something good will happen, because this is what we all want. We all want to see less people killed. We want to see the families taken care of. We want to see the journalists being able to do their job, or the lawyers being able to do their job without being targeted. So we all hope for that. So, you know, I have my doubt about that resolution. I was offended by it, I have to say, when it was adopted. But it's there now, and we need to see, you know, we need to give it a chance. We need to hope for it. We need to hope that the review panel can deliver, because everyone will benefit from it. And there is space in the human rights engagement. There is a great deal of space for people to try out and use different methods. I think that for me, at this point in time, I am known for what, you know, how I speak. I have actually provided the governments with very well evidenced, very diplomatically written communications that you can actually read. I say a handful of them have even received an acknowledgement from the authorities. You know, that's the reality, you know, of my relationship. I'm very happy for others to try out different methods. I do know, for having worked in the field for 20 years, I do know, for having engaged with political representatives that had represented their government under dictatorship and then under transition to democracy. When they speak to you face to face, on the one-on-one of the record, they will say, the pressure work, the pressure work, the pressure work. And, you know, I can't say that I always appreciate it. I always like to be placed in that position of putting pressure, but I keep those words in my mind. I know it works in one way or another. It's not the only thing that works, but it is part of bringing about changes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Jimmy. If there are no follow-up questions, Sir Melo?
Yeah, thank you, Regine. Good morning, Dr. Agnes CALLAMARD. Welcome to the discussions. In one forum I attended, composed of advocates for the release of Senator De Lima, some Americans said they've been writing the State Department to stop the support militarily to the present administration in the Philippines. But they've always received some feedback that it just can't be, because the Philippines is important to the United States because of its China issue. No? So how do you look at the Biden administration? Do you see it different from the previous one, or more of the same? And number two, I'd like to ask you about your thoughts about the Philippines. Is the Philippines a basket case as far as human rights is concerned? Thank you.
Thank you. Well, you know, when it comes to US foreign policy, we know from experience, and I mean, people who study that, and I'm not an expert on American foreign policy, but we do know that it's a fairly constant policy across political parties. So whether there is a Republican president or a Democrat President, foreign policy, varies a bit, but it doesn't change. It's fairly constant. And I think when it comes to the Philippines, I don't expect to see a tremendous change in the overall vision of where national interest reside on either side of the spectrum. I'm hoping, though, that within that constant that allows for little variations, there will be some in terms of maybe demanding a few more steps on the part of the Philippines. As I have said, in a global context where superpowers are fighting over supremacy and hegemony, human rights is usually not the winner of those conflicts. And I can't see human rights being hammered and pushed and supported with the energy that is required in the Philippines in particular, because it is important to both China and the United States. And I think I will tend to agree with the spirit of your question, which is that I do not believe that there will be a tremendous change to US foreign policy in the Philippines, but I think that there may be a little bit of variations, a little bit of different colors, different shades, and that's where we can, really push more for Senator De Lima, push more for Maria da Ressa, and hope that this will deliver something. And then when it comes to your final questions about the basket case, no, I don't believe that the Philippines is a basket case. I believe that I will never use this term, even if I am strident in my tone and style. I believe that in terms of my mandate as a special rapporteur, the Philippines has been one of the most dramatic, heart-wrenching situations I have encountered because of the scale of the killings, police killings, whether, the police itself has admitted above 7,000 killings. So that's an extraordinary amount of killings. And nobody can truly believe that every one of them is a product of an armed encounter and was done in self-defense. So the scale of those violations is enormous. The impunity attached to them is, breathtaking, and the political leadership complicity is disheartening at best, extremely disturbing at worst. So that to me is what I am seeing in the Philippines. And from the moment I started working on it, which was August 2016 to now, I have not seen any improvement, which is also very worrying. I have not seen, yes, in awareness, maybe within the population, but even that, there may be maybe the killings of so-called drug dealers have gone down a bit, but there are so many disputes over the numbers, it's impossible to know. What I have seen is the killings moving from the urban poor area to places in rural areas, to targeting human rights activists, priests, lawyers. So, that's also so disheartening about the situation. But it is not a basket case at all. Why? it has a formidable, I want to repeat that, it has a formidable civil society. A civil society that has been able to rise to the challenge that the presidency Duterte has represented. It has managed to move into work and areas that it had not done in previous years. I am in awe with the Philippine human rights community, development community, drug prevention community. I mean, the work that those guys have done is unbelievable. It has a very strong National Human Rights Commission, and one that has been at the forefront of making sure the story does not fall off the domestic or international agenda. It has a number of strong institutions, academic institutions, which I know are under pressure, but the intellectual vibrancy of the Philippines is phenomenal. And then it has you, the media, because the journalists have been at the forefront. I've said it and I repeat it. I've been at the forefront of making sure that the world knows what's happening in the country. You guys have reported at the front line of those drugs, that the war on drugs. The photojournalists have brought those incredible photos of those killings. It has an independent media, it has a professional media. So it's not a basket case. It has everything to move forward as a strong democracy that will, bit by bit, incrementally, it's not going to happen overnight, can and will protect human rights.
Thank you so much, Dr. CALLAMARD. If you could answer this very quickly, and if we could squeeze in one last question from Jim Gomez of AP. From the human rights perspective, how do you compare the pushback that had happened under former President Trump in the US and the pushback that you're seeing currently under President Duterte's rule in the Philippines? What lessons can we draw from each?
Well, I think they have many similarities, and I think a number of commentators have drawn out the similarities between those two leaders. They do use, they have a populist agenda. They have a way of talking. They have a way of playing with the truth, as an understatement. They are the type of well, look, I'm not going to talk because President Duterte is still in power, and even though I'm strident in tone and style, he is democratically elected. President Trump is no longer in power, but as we know, over the last 2 or 3 months, he did everything he could, short of a coup d'etat, to remain in power. So that's the first lesson for the Philippine community. And I know you are already fully aware of it, not because of President Trump, but because of your own history. But populists don't go away very nicely. Populists don't step away from power just because elections told them to step away. Populists will do everything they can to remain in power, to hold on to power, including through the use of violence. And that, I think, is a very big lesson that can be taken from the United States, along with the fact that people resistance is what made it impossible for Donald Trump to proceed with his lies and his attempt to take over after losing the election. It's people's movement that began way before January 6th. It's you know, the resistance of the Me Too movement, of the Black Lives Matters movement, the people in the street insisting for the integrity of the elections to be respected and protected. It was the institution of the United States moving to the challenge eventually and saying, no, the election were fair and you lost them. It was the media, all of them together. They also brought about the outcome that we have seen after January 6th. So there are two lessons here. Populists don't go down very easily and very well and very nicely, and they hold on to power. And if you leave them without resisting them, that's what they will do. Resisting, getting organized, bringing a very broad-based coalition of actors, that's the only way populists can be resisted.
Thank you very much, UN Special Rapporteur, Dr. Agnes CALLAMARD, and thank you very much for joining us. We'll now be moving on to our next speaker, or second to the last speaker for today's forum, the NEDA Secretary, to be introduced, and with the session to be moderated by Ms. Karen Lema of Reuters. Karen? You're on mute, Karen.
Thank you very much, Regine. Our next speaker does not need a lengthy introduction because we know him very well. From the time he served as senior country economist for the Philippines at the World Bank to when he was appointed Undersecretary of the Department of Finance, where he championed the government's tax reform, which has helped the country win credit rating upgrades. It was also during his stint as Finance Undersecretary when he was named one of the 10 outstanding young men and women in January 2019. On April 20, he took the helm of the National Economic Development Authority, and as acting economic planning chief, he laid down 3 priorities, namely fast-tracking the national ID system, the economic recovery plan, and the Build, Build, Build program. But I believe that among the many hats he is wearing, being a dad is his favorite. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Acting NEDA Secretary KARL CHUA.
Thank you very much, Karen. Can you hear me?
Yes, Secretary.
Okay, and thank you to Jamela, my co-awardee, for inviting me, and to all the FOCAP members. How do you want to begin?
Well, we understand so that you prepared a PowerPoint presentation, or you can already proceed with your speech, and after which we open the floor to Q&A.
Okay, thank you. Let me, in a few minutes, just recap what happened since yesterday. So as you all know, the Philippine Statistics Authority released the 4th quarter and the full year GDP. And I would like to spend a few minutes just to recap and to put some context into those numbers. So if I may share my slide right now. Let me begin with the context of the Philippines. We entered the year 2020 with one of the brightest economic and development prospects in the region and also in the world. We want to highlight a few of them here. We had strong economic growth performance in the 4 years of the administration. And that 6.6 average growth is actually one of the highest in the region and in the world. And that is a stellar achievement despite the uncertainties, the trade war, for instance. And because of that, we were likely to become an upper middle income country in 2020 prior to COVID. We had targeted that for 2022. But before COVID, because of our better than expected performance, we were likely to hit that. We saw lower and stable inflation, and this was enabled particularly by the reforms we did. The infrastructure reform reduced logistics costs, the rice tariffication law, or the RTL, reduced the rise of price, and we are doing several more to contain food inflation. Because of tax reform, we have the strongest fiscal position in many decades, the highest revenue and the lowest debt, both as a share of GDP. And these two are allowing us to fund our Build, Build, Build program to provide more and better social services and achieve the highest ever credit rating from BBB plus to A minus. And this is not just about getting a rating. This is about benefiting everyone's lives, because this translates to everyone who borrows for a car loan, a personal loan, a housing loan, and so on. And because of all these achievements, we saw the people benefited. The lowest ever unemployment and underemployment and poverty incidence. We promise to lift 6 million Filipinos out of poverty within the term of President Duterte by 2022. We achieved the lifting of almost 6 million Filipinos out of poverty in 2018, or 4 years ahead of schedule. So this is the context, and no one expected that we would see COVID. So the result is the lowest GDP growth, in fact, a contraction of minus 9.5%, the lowest recorded since 1946. And there are several factors actually that have led to this outcome. What we are seeing between the third and the fourth quarter is a positive quarter-on-quarter growth of 5.6%. So we are actually improving. Between the second and the third quarter, it was a positive 8% quarter-on-quarter growth. So this improvement reflects the fact that we are opening our economy since October 2020, when the cabinet agreed to have more public transport and also to have more capacity in establishments. But the reality here is that it shows the limits of economic recovery if we do not have a major relaxation of our quarantine policy. And this is the result that we are seeing. The people who take public transport is still down by 50%, largely because of the one seat apart rule. When people cannot take the public transport, they have to either work from home or walk or bike. And today I bike to the office, for instance. The problem is if 30% of the people are not going to the office, then you see the impact on economic growth. The second concern that we raise and discuss in cabinet is we are a very young country in terms of population. The median age is 25 years old. 54 million people are below 25 years old. And 40% of the people are below 20 years old. And if we prevent the mobility of these people who are very important in this demographic dividend economic-led country, then you can imagine the number of establishments and economic activities that are not fully operating. And if the children cannot go out, even for school, then the families cannot go out. And because up to 50% of non-essential retail is driven by families as opposed to individuals or workers, then you see the outcome. And I was consulting with the World Bank, and I understand no country has a policy that keeps the children at home. Now, because of all these quarantine restrictions, which are really needed at certain points of our 2020 to contain the virus and help improve the healthcare system, the consequence, because all policy decisions have trade-off, is a fall in consumption. And that translates to a total income loss for families and individuals of 1.04 trillion pesos. That's a very big amount. On average, we lose 2.8 billion pesos per day in wages or salaries or entrepreneurial income or so on. The average worker is losing 23,000 pesos per year. But the average mass-wide differences, because some people really are hit harder, like in the amusement sector, or some of them have actually lost their jobs. So these are the reality that we are seeing that affected our economic growth. But the good news is we have the potential to grow. And for 2021, the prospects are actually quite encouraging. We will be recovering to pre-pandemic levels by mid-2022. So we basically lost around 2 years, but we will be able to catch up because of our very strong economic fundamentals. And the productive sector of the economy are all there. The infrastructure is there. The hardworking, skilled people is there. Our reforms are there. The problem is we held back their ability to contribute to the economy. But starting this year and next year, we will see better growth prospects. Now, the reason why this is not a long wait is because we have achieved a significant number of our promises. When the president started office, he presented his 10-point socioeconomic agenda. All the green ones that you see here have been addressed or largely addressed, including maintaining solid macroeconomic policies, our tax reform, our ease of doing business law, our infrastructure spending, our rice tariffication law, our universal health care, all our effort on innovation and sciences and the space agency and so on, and our national ID. What remains is to work hard to achieve the remaining ones in yellow. So all of these present a very strong foundation for a good recovery. And we have seen that the economy and the people actually respond very fast to our policies. When we restricted the economy in the second quarter with the harshest ECQ or enhanced community quarantine, unemployment, which was trending down, and underemployment, which also was trending down to lowest levels, went up significantly. But when we relaxed immediately in the third quarter, after 2 months of the ECQ, the unemployment and underemployment rate responded and fell significantly. But notice that in the fourth quarter, the improvements are only marginal. So unless we do something more major or bringing the economy to a more open level, allowing more age group to go out, then this trend will not be as significant as we hope. But still, the point here is that we are not very far from where we started in 2020. In terms of hunger, we had the lowest level of hunger in many years or decades before the crisis. Then because we imposed a 75% lockdown of the economy around the middle of the year, hunger from 8% went up to 30%. But when we opened the economy, it was halved to 16%. And we still have a bit of a way to go before we reach the normal hunger rate of 8%. But still, what you see here is that our policy action, especially on how we restrict the economy, has an immediate impact on the people. And apart from opening the economy, we have to be mindful of making a better balance between the COVID cases and the far majority of the people who can take care of themselves, can manage the risk themselves, because of the mask wearing or hand washing or social distancing, but are prevented from having food on the table or a job or a better income. So this is what we as policymakers will have to do: balance the interests and our care for those who have COVID or are at risk of getting COVID, and those that are at risk of being hungry, being poor, having no job, or dying from all other factors. So these are very important in our decision. That is why we are pushing for a more balanced and a more risk-managed opening of the economy, rather than prolonging the quarantine, which is already one of the longest in the world, and being just risk-averse. Our data show that when the cabinet approved the further opening of the economy in October, we did not see the cases spike. In fact, daily reported cases from DOH show that it was trending downwards, despite the opening of the economy, despite the one seat apart in public transport. And it did not spike because of the Christmas holiday. In January, you see it starting to go up, most likely due to other factors, such as the new COVID variant. And so with this data, we feel that it is we have a strong opening for the safe relaxation of the economy. And we will support the opening of the economy and our recovery with the following package. And we have to give the people a package, because in the surveys that we conducted, they asked for different support depending on their situation. So we have Bayanihan to Recover as one act, or Bayanihan 2, which provides the emergency support to those who are most in need. We will continue to do the subsidies and the social amelioration program targeted to the high-risk areas or those that have higher level of quarantine. And this is extended to 2021 June. So we are basically giving additional 195 billion peso in fiscal stimulus. The second is the 2020 and 2021 budgets. The 2020 budget was not fully spent. We extended it to end of December. That is also additional stimulus. And the 2021 budget is the biggest, of course, ever, 4.5 trillion to fight this virus and to help us recover. It includes the biggest ever allocation for infrastructure at 1.1 trillion pesos, which will create additional 1.7 million jobs. And we continue to work with Congress to pass our remaining bills, which includes the CREATE, or the bill that will lower the taxes for businesses, including 99% of businesses who are micro, small, or medium in size, and they can avail of a total of 133 billion peso worth of fiscal stimulus in the form of tax incentives, equivalent to 0.67% of GDP. We will continue to work with Congress for the remaining guide bill, which is to address the solvency problems of firms. And also, we are waiting for the president to sign the FIS bill, which will allow banks to lend more, up to 3 trillion peso more to the businesses who are in need because of liquidity problems. And finally, we are going to work for a longer-term recovery of our country by opening up more sectors to foreign direct investment, jobs, innovation, new technology, with the passage of these three important bills: the Public Service Act, the Retail Trade Liberalization Act, and the Foreign Investment Act. So this is the story, and I hope I have given the context, and I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary Karl. Sir, just to jump off from that presentation on specifically on the restrictions, you did say that prolonging the status quo of community quarantine and risk aversion is not an option. But how do you think we can quickly move away from that status quo and reopen the economy when that hinges on the government's plan to vaccinate, as Secretary Galvez said, 70 million people this year? Because it appears that, as again, Secretary said, the February target date is indicative, and we've seen that there are a number of supply issues being faced. US is ordering 200 million. We have the tight supply disruptions in Europe, which can affect, of course, the supply situation of vaccines in Asia.
Thank you, Karen. Let me begin by saying that we have to live with this virus. The vaccine will start coming next month, I was told, but it will take probably several months or even a couple of years to fully vaccinate everyone, not only in the Philippines, but in the rest of the world. So we have to live with this virus. And people's personal experience show that when they are more comfortable, for instance, going out or going to the office, and they see that it is not very harmful to their lives, so long as they implement to themselves or enforce on themselves the minimum health standards, then we will see the economy gradually recovering, gaining the confidence, and people starting to go out. In March, April, and May, you hardly see people in the street. Or in June, July, August, also hardly do you see people in the mall. But nowadays, people are learning to live with the virus. They are gradually adjusting to it, and that is important. The second is we have been in one of the longest quarantines. Even the safest areas of the country are in MGCQ. So our suggestion really is to begin a gradual opening and pilot or transition. in December, when we saw the cases improving, we recommended the pilot face-to-face classes because there's no way I think the same level of learning can be seen from our children without some face-to-face learning. And we were about to do that. We were also about to lower the age group from 15 to 10 who can go out in the MGCQ area. Unfortunately, the new COVID strain came and was detected in the Philippines, and we have to take one step back. And at the appropriate time, we will take 2 steps forward. So this is how we will manage this year. And this requires both the cooperation of the people and the government taking a proactive role in managing those risks. Thank you.
Just a quick follow-up. On that suggestion, how does the IATF feel about it? Does it sit well with them? As you just said, we were supposed to relax the age restriction, but the new UK variant prevented the government from doing that. So how are you going to strike that balance? I can sense, I don't know if I'm correct, the frustration in your voice, and that's very reasonable, you being the economic planning chief and you wanting the economy to move forward from this. And as you said, we have to live with the virus. It seems that the risk, even at the people in the IATF, is risk averse.
Right. The IATF, the cabinet, and the government in general debates and discusses these issues. And they don't just happen overnight. When the data was presented that we are doing better on the health side, and when the cases were not spiking after the opening in October and during Christmas, we felt that we have enough data to present to the president to gradually relax. In fact, the president had approved the pilot face-to-face class. And when we were presenting to the president the reduction in the age group, we were hit by the new strain, which was detected in the Philippines and had started to spread. So he made the right decision and we support him, but we will regularly monitor both the health data and the economic data so that every 2 weeks we can come to a better and informed decision. From the economic side, as I mentioned yesterday, we will start monthly starting January, the labor force survey. So every month we will have the labor force survey so that we can get a better sense from the economic side how the people are faring in terms of jobs and income. On the health side, we are also doing the same. So we will marry these two and regularly meet to see where we can make minimal or gradual changes. So we will do that incrementally and as careful as possible.
Thank you, Secretary. Now I'm going to open the floor to our attendees. I see that there are a few questions for you, Secretary. The first one will come from Ben De Vera of Philippine Daily Inquirer. Go ahead, Ben.
Thank you, Karen. Hi, Secretary CHUA. Good morning. Sir, I have 2 questions. The first one would be about our recovery. How would China's early economic, even in terms of external trade, we saw that the Philippines benefited from China and Vietnam's resilience from the pandemic.
Thank you, Ben. I did not hear everything, but you are, I think, asking about how China's recovery or Vietnam's recovery will affect the Philippines. So let me just say that the Philippines is one of the most open economies. We rely on the global supply chain for instance, for our manufactured goods export. We also rely on the movement of people for our skilled workers and other overseas Filipino workers. And what we saw is that the recovery of our neighbors actually helped in the recovery of our exports to these countries. That is why exports is one of those in the 4th quarter that is showing positive or closer to positive figures for certain products or services. At the same time, our effort to open more of the economy will allow us to have better access to FDI, the technology or the innovation that may come. And this is actually very crucial because the mark of upper middle income country is innovation. And there's no way I think we can maximize that if we remain closed in terms of foreign ownership. So that is why NEDA is pursuing those. Thank you.
Sure, Another question would be about inflation, which is inching up about staying above 3% the past few months, and economists say it could reach the 2 to 4% target by April. Would it be a dampener to our recovery if prices would be quite elevated and they could discourage consumption? Aren't we at risk of stagflation yet? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We have seen the inflation, in particular food inflation, inching up since the series of 6 typhoons and flooding. And we have taken a proactive stance to manage that. We know that opening the economy, in particular liberalizing the access to key food products, help the people. And without rice tarification that we did in 2019, which helped lower the price of rice by some 10 peso per kilo and allowed us to have more access to a variety of rice at different quality, it would be very hard for this country and its people to survive the 2020 pandemic. And we will continue to do so. In fact, if you look at the announcement from the Tariff Commission, they are already starting the hearings of lowering the tariff rates for pork and for rice so that we can proactively manage any risks of rising food inflation. And we will continue to monitor this, and by being more proactive and learning from our past reforms, we can keep this to our 2 to 4% target range for this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Secretary. Our next question will come from Prince Magtulis of Philippine Star. Go ahead, Prince.
Hello, sir. Good morning. I have two questions. The first question is, if you look at the quarter-on-quarter growth, our growth actually slowed down from around 8% in the third quarter to around 5% in the fourth quarter. Is this performance in line with the economic manager's expectations? And more broadly, how does this factor into the economy's long-term growth trajectory, considering that traditionally the fourth quarter GDP should be receiving some boost from the holiday spending, right? So why is it that the third quarter had a faster quarter-on-quarter growth than the fourth quarter? Thank you.
Thank you, Prince. First, let's look at the math. No? So the fourth quarter of 2020 is being compared to the fourth quarter of 2019. So that actually erases the holiday effect because we are comparing the same quarter over the years. Last year, or in 2019, the second semester of 2019, especially in the fourth quarter, GDP growth was much higher than expected, than programmed rather, because we implemented a massive catch-up plan for government spending, in particular infrastructure. Because if you remember, in the first 5 months of 2019, we were operating on the 2018 budget because of the late approval by Congress of the 2019 budget. So what happened was we had to catch up and implement most of the budget in 2019. That is why the base is higher, and therefore the growth rates in 2020, especially in the fourth quarter, is lower. So that's the math part. Now, we had expected what has happened. In fact, we have hit the low end of the DBCC target. Of course, everyone wants to be hopeful. And we noticed that between the second and the third quarter, where quarter-on-quarter growth was 8%, but that was driven by a major shift in policy by moving from the strict ECQ to the more moderate GCQ. The problem is between the third quarter and the fourth quarter, we hardly moved. We were still in GCQ for the part of the economy that relies on the Greater Manila area for most of the growth. But we were able to make some adjustments within the GCQ by allowing the public transport to operate. Before October 12, when the cabinet decided to open further, public transport was 30%. After that, it was 50% because of the 1 seat apart. Before, we had to follow the 2 meters distance. Then DTI released guidelines that allow more establishments to operate up to 100% so long as they follow the minimum health standard. So that enabled the economy to further grow quarter on quarter by around 5 to 6%. But that's the limit. we cannot expect the economy to grow further if 50% of non-essential sales are driven by families and the children because of our young population. So that is why in 2021, our recovery will also hinge on or on relaxing the restriction on the demand side, which I understand from the World Bank, no country does on that prolonged basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, another question. This concerning your priority bills, the guide, FIST, create. When I asked you, I think November last year, I asked you for some contingency if ever the government, the create bill will not be passed on time, no? And you said that you were optimistic that it will be passed by Congress before the end of the year. And now we're transitioning to February, and a lot of your priority bills like FIST, guide, and create are still in different levels of legislation. Can you maybe ask you, are you giving a particular deadline on when these bills should be enacted for it to have a maximum impact on the economy? Because February is just around the corner, and sooner or later we will hit by March. First quarter will be over. So are you giving some kind of sense of urgency to the legislature to fast track these bills, and a particular timeline on when this bill should be passed? Thank you.
We continue to urge Congress in all possible manner to fast track them because every day is important. But there are many progress already. The FIS bill is now enrolled and waiting for the president's signature. As I mentioned, that will be able to free up some 700 billion in capital across banks to lend up to 3 trillion peso, and to help the banks manage the risk better. Bayanihan 2 provides the subsidy on interest payment, and Phil Guarantee is providing credit guarantees. The CREATE, I understand the team working on CREATE has been working with Congress almost regularly, daily, on the pre-BICAM. The good thing about CREATE is it is retroactive to, I think, the middle of 2020. So the effect is not as much given the delay. But of course, we would like more certainty. Now, what remains to be done is the guide, and we are also working with Congress to move that faster. And once the guide is approved and the CREATE BICAM is concluded, that will conclude this whole package of recovery that we have prepared. Thank you.
Just a quick follow-up. Without those bills, let's say those bills get enacted middle of February, would they have do you expect them to have an impact on the first quarter GDP numbers?
It may affect. That's why the sooner we get them all approved and implemented, the better. But as I mentioned, the impact is much less because the most important one, which is CREATE, is retroactive, and people can avail of the incentives starting middle of last year, and FIS is around the corner.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Prince. Secretary, the next question will come from the UNICEF representative to the Philippines. Ma'am, I hope I don't mispronounce your name, but I'm sorry if I do. She's Oyun Saikan Den Dev Norov. Ma'am, the floor is yours.
Connection is bad, so let me just keep camera off. My name is Oyun. Simply, you can call me Oyun. So, Secretary CHUA, thank you for excellent presentation. I've been enjoying some of the statements you made. It's really music to my ear, is UNICEF. The Philippines is the only country in the region where the government has very specific containment measures for children to stay at home. So I heard from you that the economic implications of children staying at home, but as UNICEF, I would like to really government officials to continue advocating the face-to-face school opening as soon as possible, because we have global evidence that there is no specific evidence that the schools or children are driving the pandemic. But the huge cost on children, not only on the learning aspect, but mental, social well-being, and eventually families are being affected by this closure, school closures. And then even though there is online learning, but we all know that not every child is benefiting from this online, especially those who are in disadvantaged communities, etc. So my question would be to you, Secretary Chua, that we have sent number of requests to IATF, and we have been communicating with the DPED. And have you been discussing with the Presidential Office, DPED, and IATF on face-to-face school opening, and also to lift specific containment measures for children in the Philippines? It's very big concern to UNICEF.
Thank you very much, Oyun. The IATF actually and Cabinet have been discussing this many times. And in fact, in December, we agreed to propose to the President, who agreed to begin the face-to-face learning in the safest areas where the cases are very low. Unfortunately, it was postponed because of the new variant. So we continue actually to discuss with the Cabinet and the IATF. So as I mentioned, this new economic data, the data that you mentioned, the data from the ADB, which shows more than ₱1 trillion loss in productivity because of online learning and parents not able to work because they have to accompany their children, are important. And we will have to wait maybe a couple of weeks to see how we are faring on the new strains. Sometimes we want to proceed forward, but we have to be very careful. In some countries, they went ahead, but they are now experiencing the second or the third comeback of the virus. Fortunately, in the Philippines, we have not yet seen that, but we have to be very careful. So 2 steps forward, but sometimes 1 step back. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your answer.
Our next question will come from Melo Acuña. Melo?
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Karen. Good morning, Secretary. I'm just interested to find your thoughts about the impact of tourism, hospitality industry, as well as the aviation industry on our economy. How are things going? Because this generates foreign exchange, which is an important requirement to boost our economy. Mr. Secretary, please.
Thank you. The tourism, hospitality, airlines over the last 2 decades have actually been a very strong contributor of growth. And that's because we did a lot of liberalization in those industries. More than 3 decades ago, we had only 1 airline. Today, we had more. And we continue to build our infrastructure, including those in the last mile. And that has attracted a lot of tourists, both domestic and international. And we are a fast-growing economy where more and more people are now middle class. And that is fueling also domestic tourism. But unfortunately, like the rest of the world, and we are no exception, these industries are the most affected. They are considered to be the least essential, and the industry that would violate the minimum health standards more than other industries. Because when you watch a movie, when you eat in the restaurant, when you sit beside each other on the plane or tourist bus. So our response to this has been quite proactive. In Bayanihan 1 and 2, these industries get one of the biggest support. In fact, a lot of the financial sector support are targeted on these industries. And the government has been proactive in helping them by releasing more than ₱1 trillion worth of liquidity to the banks. Under Bayanihan 1 and 2, we under Bayanihan 2, we provide interest rate subsidy. So firms who borrow need not pay interest because the government will subsidize in the first year or two, depending on the arrangement. The Phil guarantee is providing credit guarantee 50 to 80%, so that the banks will be less risk averse to lend. Our airlines are our airlines are fully private owned, unlike other countries. And the private sector is a very vibrant, dynamic, and also very, how should I say, well capitalized to help the airlines also. So we have to help each other. There's a contribution from the government, but the private sector will have to contribute. But again, especially for domestic tourism, if we have very stringent restrictions on mobility, then of course we don't see tourism, even for domestic, recovering as fast. Thank
Yes,
you.
Mr. Secretary, one more point. A five-star hotel opted to close. A car manufacturing plant opted to reduce its operations. Don't you think these are telltale signs of some mild economic, or should I say, mild capital flight from the Philippines?
You know, these hotels that have to close are facing the reality driven by demand and supply. Accommodation demand is down by 80 to 90%. So some of them will have to close temporarily. I understand they have given more generous benefits or separation benefits to the people, but this is the reality. When the economy recovers and we have a very strong prospect and we are growing at higher rates than ever, and we are going to be upper middle income country by 2022 and restore 2019 levels, then I believe many of these sectors will come back. The nice hotels are there, the nice restaurants are there, the chefs are there, the skilled people are there, the infrastructure is there. In other words, the productive sector of the economy is there. It's just because we stop them from operating, or the virus prevents this sector, like the rest of the world, from operating. But with the vaccine and with the gradual opening, I strongly believe that will reverse soon.
Yes, Secretary, one last point. What about the gaming industry? We have so much casinos in the Philippines. Do you think they will also close?
Well, again, as I mentioned, this is based on supply and demand. Tourists cannot come in, and the restriction is everywhere. So for the time being, they are affected, and they are considered non-essentials. So their opening is also at the end. The Philippines remains to be a very attractive country. People come not just for gaming, but a whole lot of experience. So when the economy is allowed to operate, when the vaccine gives us more confidence, then I believe most of the economy will come back. Most of the sectors affected will come back. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Secretary. Thank you, Karen.
Thank you, Melo. Thank you, Secretary. Sir, we have another question from going back to Ben De Vera of Philippine Daily Inquirer. Ben?
Thank you, Karen. Hi, sir. Another question. Yesterday, sir, you were optimistic that we will move up to upper middle income country status by 2022. But if I were to play devil's advocate, sir, GNI per capita, which is the basis of the World Bank, dropped double digits, 11-12% last year, and for 2022, their basis will be 2021. And you've mentioned that for GDP, we'd be reverting to the pre-pandemic levels only middle of next year. So I don't think that we could be upper middle income by next year, or perhaps it could be a longer period. Thank you, sir.
Well, based on our estimate, we will be reaching those levels. Don't forget that we estimate the GNI or GDP per capita, it is on nominal terms. So 6.5 to 7.5 growth this year, 8 to 10% growth next year, so long as we remain focused and our program interventions happen, then they are achievable. Then you add the typical 3% price index or the inflation or the deflator. I think those are achievable. And when you look at the estimates of other institutions, banks, ADB, IMF, the financial investment banks, our growth this year is aligned. Today, I read S&P say we are going to be one of the fastest country to recover in the this year and next year. So I think we are aligned. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Noted.
Okay, Ben, thank you very much. Sure, the next question will come from Cliff Benzon of Nikkei. Go ahead, Cliff.
Good morning, Secretary Carl. Sir, you mentioned a while ago that you mentioned some bills, no, liberalization bills that should help the economy recover. But specifically, what is your position with regard to charter change that's being pushed by the House of Representatives?
On the economic provisions, we support that. In fact, a simple addition of delegating the power to restrict or expand foreign ownership to Congress would be, I think, the best approach. And I understand from a World Bank study that no country has that level of restriction in their constitution, except possibly mass media in some countries. However, that process will take time. There will be a lot of consultation. It has to be an inclusive process. So for the time being, we have an urgent problem, the problem of attracting more investment and jobs to boost our recovery. Provides better tax incentives. The infrastructure provides better logistic support, but the firms won't come in if they can't own a big part of their investment. So for the time being, the easiest path would be for Congress to pass the 3 bills that I mentioned and to properly consult and have an inclusive approach on the constitutional amendment. Thank you.
Just a quick, very quick follow-up. Sir, just to be sure, no, do you mean that Congress should set aside the charter change initiative and focus on the bills you mentioned, which the business sector said are more doable?
They can do both. They can begin the process and the consultation and the discussion, and they can spend a bit more time passing the remaining bills. I think both are complementary.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Cliff. Sir, a question for you from AP's Jim Gomez. Let me read it to you, sir. The economy can only be expanded further if COVID-19 infections are put in better control across the board and the vaccinations start earlier and are rolled out effectively. You've mentioned the positive indicators that could pave the road for an economic rebound, but what potential pitfalls worry you the most this year, given that the GDP has to rise from a breathtaking plunge?
Well, the major concerns we have is if we continue to prolong this quarantine and take a risk-averse approach, and we fail as a country, as a government, and as a people to live with the virus and manage the risk, then that will derail our recovery. As I mentioned, there's no country that I know with a level of quarantine that is so broad, so deep, and so long, including restricting children. The countries that I know of, based on our study, go in and out depending on the situation. But we continue to do so. But the reality here is that we also have to protect the people from COVID and to minimize the risk and to help our healthcare workers who are doing a lot to care for our family or friends who are sick from COVID. On the other hand, as NEDA, as the Economic Planning Agency, our concern is also the non-COVID cases, the 400,000 plus people who die from cancer, diabetes, and so on, who cannot access care. For instance, I had to take a test. I had to wait for 2 weeks queue to take a test. Then I'm also concerned about the people who are hungry, who have no jobs. So from my perspective, I have to look at all of these and balance them. And if we don't do that this year, then we may have long-term scarring and long-term productivity loss. So we don't want to do that. So we have to make that tough decision to strike a better balance. The second is the pace of implementation of our recovery program. And I hope both the executive will implement the budget and the bayanihan as planned, and Congress will pass the remaining bills. And the third, of course, is the timely implementation of the vaccine. Once we have all those in place, then the recovery is secured.
Thank you, Secretary. A related question to that from John Ted Cordero. Let me read it to you. Is there a timeline or a period when keeping children at home will be detrimental to the country's economic recovery? How long can economy handle a low consumer demand since children cannot participate in consumer activities? Will you recommend sooner to the President to ease age-based restrictions?
We are already seeing the detrimental effect. Our GDP growth was minus 9.5%, and that is quite far from many other countries. And as I mentioned, if 40% of the people are below 20 and the median age is 25 and most of them cannot go out, then the economy, I don't think will grow back to normal levels. You think about the fast food where families show up in Jollibee, eating together, spending time together. That's what's been driving economic growth in the Philippines for the couple of decades. Our young, dynamic population, demographic dividend, as opposed to other countries who are aging and therefore cannot contribute much to the economy. But if we restrict them, then you see the impact. That is reality. That is data. That is the economics. But of course, we are concerned about the families and the children, but we can do this as safe as possible. The survey of NEDA shows that the far majority of parents are not just going to go out with their children and enjoy the mall. They're also concerned about the safety. But having a blanket restriction instead of having more open, but with safeguards, is not going to work. As I mentioned, we will continue to study both the economic and the health data and regularly update the IATF, the cabinet, and the president so that we can come to a more timely decision. For the time being, because of the COVID risk from the new variant, we really have to take it easy on this aspect for now.
Thank you for that, Secretary. We have 2 more minutes. Let me just take advantage of that just to elaborate on some of the points that you've mentioned on the lifting of the restriction. But sir, how big of a factor is the early start of the vaccination? Because again, going back to what Secretary Galvez said, it will depend on how fast we can secure those supplies. If, for example, it gets delayed, say we start 3rd quarter, or hopefully it doesn't happen where we have to start next year, then how does that, how can we lift those restrictions quickly and maybe let the children out and start face-to-face schooling and reopen the economy and jumpstart growth?
On the timeline, it has been announced by Secretary Galvez, and that is an important boost to our confidence that we see the light at the end of the tunnel. And there is a solid prioritization list in who gets vaccinated, especially the frontliners. So I will be now more comfortable going to the hospital for other treatment. And I would address, for instance, my non-COVID sickness. And many people, tens of millions, need hospital care for non-COVID. It would also make me more comfortable going out. My parents, that if they do get sick, the healthcare workers are there and are not very stressed like what other countries are experiencing. So we have a timeline, we have a prioritization that provides a lot of boost. We have, of course, we need to stick to this timeline. Otherwise, the recovery will not be on track.
Secretary, I hope you don't mind. We just have a few more questions. We'll try to
Sure, go ahead.
We have another question from Bloomberg. Dreo, please.
Hi, good morning. Good noon, sir. Sir, so given this recent development, so the government just announced that we're still in GCQ for the whole month of February. And then President Duterte rescinded the order to allowing children to go back to schools and to go out. And then we have a vaccine rollout, which isn't certain yet next month. So realistically, what's your outlook for our growth in the first quarter, given these recent developments? Thank you, sir. And as a related question, when do you see us registering a positive growth? Which quarter? Thank you, sir.
Well, to be honest, this year will be a slow start. And we will ramp up by the middle of the year, starting the second quarter. So let's be realistic. In the first quarter, nothing significant has changed. The biggest area of economic productivity is still in GCQ. But if you go out, you see the people working. You see 70 to 80% of workers back. You see the public transport moving. You see some traffic, actually. You see the infrastructure being built. So those will continue to improve upon our growth quarter on quarter. Of course, we don't have a crystal ball in NEDA. I cannot say what is the actual amount, but quarter on quarter looks very promising. And we will begin to see year-on-year positive, I think, starting the second quarter.
All right. That answer your question, Reo?
Yes, thank you.
All right. And with that, Secretary KARL, I want to thank you so much again for joining us today. And we wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, Karen and FOCAP.
Thank you very much, Secretary KARL. And thank you also, Karen, for that last session. Now we'll be moving on to our last speaker of the day, Supreme Court Justice MARVIC Leonen, to be introduced and moderated by Barnaby Law of CBS News.
Thank you, Regine. So, I've just revealed who's FOCAP. That's me. I'm the one controlling the FOCAP account. And of course, let me just bring up the introduction for Justice MARVIC Leonen. Of course, he doesn't really need an introduction, just like all of the speakers that we had today. But we did have Justice MARVIC Leonen at a FOCAP forum in 2020, several months back. And I really like this introduction, so I'm gonna read this introduction as an opener to this session with Associate Justice MARVIC Leonen. MARVIC Leonen is an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the Philippines. He is the second youngest to hold the said position since Manuel Moran in 1938. Prior to his stint in the country's highest court, he had served as Chief Peace Negotiator of the Philippine government in the talks with the Moro Islamic Liberation Front. Leonen was Dean of the University of the Philippines College of Law in Diliman from 2008 to 2011. He is well known in the fields of environmental activism and community organizing. Now, as a Supreme Court justice, he often finds himself the lone dissenter on many decisions, but his dissenting and concurring opinions are always sought after, even by those outside the legal community. He has been called Mr. Dissente. But Leonen's following goes beyond those who are studying and practicing law and justice. A majority of Leonen's tweets cater to a far broader audience. Filipinos on Twitter come to him for love advice. He constantly tweets advice on love and romance, and because of this, he has also earned the title the Love Guru. Justice Leonen is single and is one of the most eligible bachelors in government. Welcome, Justice Leonen, to Prospects Forum of FOCAP. Justice Leonen, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
There you are. Thank you very much for joining us.
Yes, thank you
You're our last speaker, but definitely not the least.
Okay.
I'm giving you the floor or the screen.
Yes, thank you for your generous introduction. I will, in deference to my colleagues and consistent with my oath to follow judicial decorum, avoid discussing issues and cases which are pending with the court or elsewhere. I hope you will forgive me if I will be a bit general in my initial discussion and in my responses. My opening statement will also be brief so that we can have more engagements in the open forum so that I can attend to your various interests subject to the limitations that I have mentioned. You have asked me to give you the prospects of the rule of law for 2021, but initially, of course, all of us know that the rule of law is a complex, contested, and continuing project. Complex because what is really meant by rule of law in the context of a country that is stratified, where inequality and poverty pervades, and where there needs to be a balance between what government should be able to do actively to meet the current reality of our society changes. Contested because there is a constant debate on the degree of judicial review, even among my colleagues, that the court should do in relation to many of the acts of government. Continuing because we do have to build on precedents. We cannot just create doctrine from thin air, even if we want to be progressive to address the current reality. This year, add to this the current need of our political departments, and I saw the discussion with the NEDA, that is the executive and the legislature, Congress, to be able to attend to a national emergency caused by a worldwide pandemic. I am sure that all of you are aware that the rollout of vaccines that have been discovered will take a lot of time considering the hefty logistics that our country will have to face. And also considering our record in terms of vaccination for things like measles, polio, diphtheria, and even dengue in the past years. For this year, I think that we could expect that the court will always be deliberate and conscientious in intervening in any matter related to the ability of government to address the current pandemic. After all, the justices, our staff, our chambers, and the appellate courts and the lower courts indeed had to wade through the various challenges presented by, again, this pandemic. We are also aware that because of the economic and even the political challenges that may have been caused by this pandemic, criminal and civil cases may arise, and that I think the judiciary is ready and willing to address all of this. The judiciary had to embrace the digital modality for its cases. Video conferencing has been expanded for persons under detention. There have been a lot of releases, and we are still attempting to decongest many of our jails. Also true is that this court has started to clarify its role. In the case of Gio Samar, we have said that questions of fact will certainly not be entertained by the court. But in the more recent case of Provincial Bus Owners Association et al. And even Courage versus DNR, for which I had the privilege to pen, the unanimous court acknowledged the exceptions for transcendental interest. And then perhaps pending in the court are many arbitration cases where we will define finally the level of judicial appellate review of arbitration awards in terms of looking at questions of fact or questions of law that may have arose because of the final arbitral awards. There is a pending bill in Congress asking for the expansion of the jurisdiction of first-level courts. These are metropolitan and municipal trial courts, considering our successful experiment for small claims and the summary procedure that we have been able to institutionalize to address small claims. Right now, it is, I think, at 400,000. We are wanting to increase it close to the million mark in order to address many of these collection suits. Also, we have already a law that allows us to appoint judges at large, which means no specific station, and we can appoint them to temporary stations throughout the country. Pending, of course, is our ability to address the security issues of many of our lower court judges. There is a bill that has passed, I think, through the House and soon enough, perhaps the Senate, for the creation of a judicial marshal system. As you all know, this year, after March, we will have a we will potentially have a new Chief Justice that will lead the court after the optional retirement of the current Chief Justice, Diosdado Peralta. There are new justices. In fact, very recently, just last week, Justice Joseph Lopez from the Court of Appeals had just been appointed to the judiciary. Personally, whatever view one takes of the rule of law in our context, it should not be an ideal that it is hermeneutically sealed from ongoing reality. For instance, we should acknowledge the constitutional imperative to try to achieve social justice in all phases of development. And therefore, personally, in my view, we cannot view constitutional provision simply in the context of how it was formulated in 1986, or in some cases like the Bill of Rights, in the context of how other jurisdictions where the text evolved came to write of its provisions, and in the context of their own foreign histories. Certainly, there are pervasive values that remain. For instance, your cherished freedom of expression, and more particularly in the context of FOCAP and perhaps other institutional media, freedom of the press. But these concepts will still need to be nuanced, and a lot of it really depends on how institutional media, like the foreign correspondents and your associations, can help provide solutions. For instance, all of us know that we need to address the post-truth conundrum, and the conundrum also of a lot of information now coming from rather than institutional media where journalistic ethics pervade, come from the internet. So for now, I will just end my initial presentation, and I am now open for questions. Thank you, Barnaby.
Thank you, Justice Leonen. The first to ask a question is Mike Davalio of ABS-CBN. Go ahead, Mike.
Hi, Justice.
Hi, Mike.
Good afternoon. It's afternoon na pala. Justice, I note with interest your statement about dealing with efforts to address the pandemic with deliberation and consensuousness on the part of the Supreme Court. And I would like to relate this back to several decisions that have been decided by the court. For instance, it decided to dismiss without comment petitions questioning Bayanihan Act and other quarantine measures. And at the same time, the Supreme Court took months to decide on a case asking for the release of political prisoners. So how does the court balance that need to act quickly, but at the same time, ensuring that the rights of those who are petitioning the Supreme Court are also protected?
Okay, I think that those two are incomparable because each of those cases have their own context. So for instance, with respect to the petitions that were consolidated asking for the release of certain prisoners under detention or suffering under conviction, the court had to deal with a novel issue, which was whether the Supreme Court, in spite of the fact that the trial courts already determined the questions of their bailability, as well as executive judges having had the ability to inspect their detention centers, could at once order the release of some of the prisoners. In the meantime, while the cases were consolidated, other cases also followed suit. And several divisions, in fact, my division, the third division, received also applications for release filed by, let us say, detention prisoners or convicted individuals that during their time were covered quite generously by media. For example, I can say that Ms. Napoles also asked to be released. Also, Mr. Eidler also asked to be released. So while we were considering all of that, we had to find a balance. And as you may know, Mike is very aware that when 15 individuals are involved, each of them will have their approach. And my approach, of course, is lengthily contained in a separate opinion. And of course, the majority agreed that at the very least, it can be remanded back to the trial courts for them to consider some of the points raised in a separate opinion. As to the other challenges to the laws, some petitions contained in my view, contained reasonable merits. But of course, as you know, I was outvoted in terms of whether it should have a comment. Not necessarily that if there was a comment that I would have voted to grant the petition or deny it. For me, it seemed that perhaps we can discuss the parameters of the powers of the President and Congress in times of emergency, but the others thought that it was not yet time in order to enter into that. The other petitions were, I would say, dismissible outright because it was not well written. There was a specific petition which did not even have a respondent. I will not mention the petitioner, but it was easily dismissed outright. But as you know, perhaps you have also reported there is one other pending case, and this has something to do with Bayanihan 2, precisely on, I think, the taxation of the gaming industry. More than that, I cannot comment, of course. Thank you, Mike.
All right. I'll yield to the other participants. I'll ask later. Thank you, Justice.
Okay, we'll go back to you, Mike, then, and go to Lian now. Lian of Rappler.
Justice, good morning. In 2020, the Supreme Court has dismissed several petitions for being moot, some of them the ABS-CBN petitions, and in Almonte, it was not rendered moot, but critics say that the decision to remand was given too late, as we all know that the baby had already died when the decision came out. With all of these, how can the Supreme Court ensure that it is still relevant, that when the people come to it for answers, that it will give the answers rather than just say that the issues had been moot with these questions left unanswered?
I would, firstly, Anne, I hope that you're enjoying your time in London. I think you are still there and wishing to come home. And I guess because you are there, you are now part of foreign correspondence. Okay. But that nonetheless, I will not even attempt to make a defense of your statement because I think that people will need to evaluate the court based on its output, including the basis for arriving at a certain output. For some, it matters, unlike, of course, the political departments that has to act immediately. It matters that the court deliberates and comes out with a rational deliberation. And sometimes coming out with a rational deliberation requires a lot of discussion as to where we are going to bring precedents or doctrines. As a matter of fact, the remanding of the cases to the lower court gives us the opportunity to look at certain factual circumstances which may be unique to each of the cases. So you did mention that there was a baby that actually died outside and the person, the mother, was unable to see the baby when it died. And perhaps a lower court can establish the facts more clearly as opposed to us, 15 individuals, having to rule on the policy issue without looking at the factual issue. Precisely, the remanding was unanimous. All of us thought that each factual milieu should be able to craft its own doctrine. It's very difficult to deal with consolidated cases and come out with doctrines all throughout. Law created by Congress are general in nature. There may be exceptions. But when the Congress tries to deliberate upon a law, it looks at generalities. The courts, the judiciary, looks at specifics of each fact and sees how particular texts can be interpreted, reinterpreted, nuanced in order to be able to address situations which Congress may not have been able to foresee. That's why I think that to be fair with the judiciary is important because it is the part of our constitutional order that deliberates, and deliberation must be done with conscientiousness among the members.
Justice, can I ask a follow-up?
Yes.
Do you agree that there is at least a perceived decline in trust on the Supreme Court? And whether or not you agree, how important do you think is this perception for the Supreme Court to efficiently play its role in the democratic system of the country?
I cannot answer that question because I am not possessed with information on the basis for making the conclusion regarding the survey, a perception or a survey of the Supreme Court. I can answer that anecdotally, only with respect to people that I know and things that I read. And I do not think that that would be scientific. And if I must be true to where I am now, therefore, I cannot answer the question based on your premises. But that nonetheless, you know, like every agency of government, the Supreme Court knows its role presently and historically. And I think that all of you should be assured that to the last person that's sitting in the court, I think all of us are aware that we must do whatever is necessary in order to be able to provide, to do our function.
I'll ask after the others.
Yes.
Thanks, Justice.
Okay, all right. We'll go back to you then, Leon. We have a question from the president of FOCAP, the correspondent of Al Jazeera in Manila, Jamela. Jam?
Good afternoon, Justice. It's good to see you again. I can't see you, but okay. Well, my question is really in relation to what you talked about the protection of media institutions and the role of media institutions. We've seen rampant, careless red tagging of journalists and activists. I mean, although it's nothing new, we've seen how that has escalated significantly over the past maybe year, right? And there's this sense that for journalists who work in the field, those who do not have, you know, who do not have full protection, there's this sense in a way that we are on our own, because there is also this impression that a lot of independent institutions do not really function independently anymore. I'm not particularly talking about the Supreme Court, but many other institutions. How do you think the judiciary can improve you know, how it deals with protection of journalists, you know, in particular? I mean, this is me asking not as a correspondent of Al Jazeera, but as a FOCAP board member. I mean, this is just what you think. If you were, you know, really capable, or not capable, able with all the powers that you can to improve the judiciary, to better protect journalists and also other freedom fighters, activists, what would you do in a parallel universe, for example, Justice?
Thank you, Your Excellency. Also nice to see you, and nice to see everybody, all of our friends from FOCAP. Let me say this, in Tulfo versus Court of Appeals, I had the opportunity to write actually in a unanimous decision of the Third Division, make a distinction between journalists and those that publish their opinions and thoughts on social media and others. Of course, there are journalists that actually use the social media, but then of course there are boundaries. In terms of journalists, you are bound by your ethics. For your epistemological basis for actually making speech, and whether it is capable of belief or justification for your belief, most of you still follow the ethical prescription that you have to vet your sources, number one, and second, perhaps validate it with other sources, and perhaps look at the rationality even of the validation, as well as after you vet your actual sources before you actually publish. I understand that that is a process, and I understand that it is tempting for others that appear to be broadsheets or even part of our media to actually shortcut the process in the effort to go ahead in order to publish certain information and get that coveted exclusive or coveted first in line in terms of making that kind of speech. However, I did say that perhaps in the near future, our doctrines on freedom of speech can look towards looking at differentiation of how we address speech coming from the press, because there is such a thing as freedom of the press, and speech that is essentially only freedom of expression, or not only, but essentially freedom of expression of an individual citizen. And actually look at perhaps the reasons why we do protect freedom of speech. My understanding is, in some circles, that is for purposes of arriving at what we may call the truth, in order that government has a better basis for its own decisions. And the truth also is what is needed by our citizens. Because certainly a person in Manila may not know what is happening in Mindanao, and they will have to rely on a source of information. That can be a journalist that have done their work in the field, or that can be a blogger that simply reads alternative news in order to be able to come out with opinions that it feeds to other citizens. So I think the challenge here is not only for the court. Eventually, it will have to deal with that at the proper case. But the challenge here is also for institutions like FOCAP. Is freedom of expression really unbridled, considering what other jurisdictions have experienced? You, of course, know the attack on the US Capitol. You, of course, note what had happened in certain countries like India or Pakistan or Bangladesh, where they had to move on where people moved simply on the basis of emotion fed by false news in order to be able to cause riots, etc. So in other words, the question is, how far do we go in providing freedoms of expression? And I think a lot of that will be dependent upon your ability to be able to regulate yourselves, because in the meantime, the court may be able to say that certain kinds of institutions like FOCAP are able to regulate themselves, and therefore, when one of you speak, therefore, perhaps we could defer to your ability to regulate. But on the other hand, will we be able to do that with respect to social media? The other thing is find the space to be able to rule upon how far can government also speak. In other words, you mentioned red tagging. Some of it is not really government speaking, but it is ordinary citizens that may be allied with government speaking, that have their own ideology like any other person, like any other citizen. So the question is, should we therefore have an ideology in order to be able to protect actual speech? So again, that is a challenge. And I think all of us, and perhaps even FOCAP, should continue to deliberate on where we draw the line on the concept of freedom of expression. I think Mike knows that there are authors who are experts on freedom of expression that clearly believe, and I think it's almost doctrinal, that freedom of expression is not fully unbridled. And that is a good thing. I think that was Owen Fish's comment. Owen Fish is a prominent professor in the United States. That freedom of expression is not unbridled, and that is a good thing. But the question is, what is the limitation that we will have on expression? Let me give an example. Libel cuts two ways. Libel cuts two ways. Okay, for one, it protects those against whom an ordinary person, against whom a cyberbullying effort has been done. It protects the private person. On the other hand, it can also be a shield by an official against journalists that are only trying to speak the truth. So again, at the proper case, perhaps that can be a point of discussion. So I throw back the question at you, and that is that what is the position of FOCAP on arriving at the truth? How much regulation should there be in terms of the law, for one? Can we legislate this? In terms of a judicial decision, can this be doctrine embedded in the freedom of expression clause in the Constitution? Or can it be done simply by means of institutions like yours, FOCAP being an organization of legitimate foreign correspondents in the Philippines, coming out with your own rules on journalistic ethics?
Barnes, I do have a follow-up, if that's okay. And just some manifestations, if it's okay. To just clarify, that Tulfo is not a member of FOCAP and is unlikely to be a member in any foreseeable future. And that you know, all of our own, like for example, the main institution of FOCAP, we've been very clear and vocal about where we stand on many specific issues, on libel, on the ABS-CBN franchise, on the cases of Maria. So I think they're all public information. I just have a follow-up question, and this is again going back to this red tagging trend at this point. You know, for most of us, for some of us here who did not live through martial law yet at that point, and you. Justice, you were a human rights lawyer already, I think, volunteering and helping out with those who were, you know, accosted by police in the past. Do you see some sort of similarities? I mean, if you just look back at your younger years, much younger years, do you see a pattern, anything that may be familiar to you that, you know, possibly may raise an alarm? And what can you say about it?
I think it is not proper for us to be alarmed, because that would mean that we already have a standpoint before cases are brought towards us. But what I can just say is, you know, the Stoics of old, Epicurus and even Marcus Aurelius have always said that history repeats itself, that there can always be parallels. If we look hard enough, there can be parallels. And that is a good and a bad thing, of course, because it repeats itself. It means that we have not learned our lessons. But if it repeats itself, perhaps we can do better in cases where it actually happens again. I will wait. In fact, that is a point that has been raised in a case where we will hold oral arguments, this concept of red tagging. But I am off record in terms of one case where I did write a separate opinion trying to define that concept of red tagging, without, of course, saying the doctrinal value at that time. I just said that there is such a thing as red tagging. Labeling is part of our language. We all label that you are foreign correspondents. That means that you are labeled and you self-label as foreign correspondents. That I am not just a friend, but I am a Supreme Court justice is an official title, a label also. Of course, some people self-label themselves as socialists, in which case what should be the legal consequences of such labeling? Or some might say that there are two types of terrorists. One, a terrorist that want to change the system, or a terrorist that will not want to change the system. But more of this, perhaps you will hear in the oral arguments. So I'll just say that I will try not to be alarmed. I will just say that if history repeats itself, then we can all strive to be better at attacking history. And I am not admitting that I was already a lawyer during those times, because that will age me. Thank you, Jam.
Thank you.
Okay, that's it, Jam. All right. Let's now go to the Washington Post's reporter in Manila, Regine Cabato, who's also, of course, hosting this whole event. Regine?
Hello, thanks, Barnes. Hi, Justice. Hope you're well. Thanks so much for being here today. Since Jam asked about protections and press freedom, ako naman I wanted to ask about siguro your comment or any statement you'd like to make regarding naman not media killings but lawyer killings in the past few years, and also the killings of affecting the legal. So there's a report, I think last month, from Rapporteur that there have only been 5 cases that reached the courts in 54 lawyer killings since 2016. And Lian was the one who wrote about it. And then there's also a case of the missing. First I wanted to ask about maybe any efforts on the part of the Supreme Court to make about it. And second, also, since you have also received any possible threats, what additional precautions have you been taking in terms of your security, and how are you doing in those terms?
Thank you, Regine. I do follow you on Twitter and avidly look at your posts. Sometimes I retweet them to some of my followers, and thank you for that kind of venue where you publish your thoughts, because Washington Post needs a subscription in order to get there. But that nonetheless. First, we are always bothered. I think all of us in the Supreme Court are always bothered and concerned. And we have expressed this time and again whenever a judge or court personnel or lawyers are killed. In fact, many of us are always bothered when somebody's life is taken needlessly, regardless of the circumstances. In fact, we know that there are provisions on murder and homicide that are very clear in our statute books that do not contest the basis for the homicide or the murder, and therefore we are always concerned by that. I am very concerned with killings of lawyers, of advocates, of journalists, simply because it reduces the space for rational deliberation. Killing somebody is not a debate. Killing somebody is not a retort. It is not an argument. And furthermore, it reduces the alternative ways by which we can find solutions or define the problem because we create fear on the part of another. Although, of course, these kinds of malevolent efforts encourage many of us to find better solutions in order to address it. But the point there is we are always alarmed by that. As to the number of cases that have reached the courts, I guess we are as concerned as you are, that many of them have not found a way in which evidence is maintained and preserved and then presented in terms of our court processes. And we hope that our entire legal system, which includes the police, the prosecutors, and even the judges and the judiciary, can cope with addressing all of these crimes that have happened. So also that we are hoping that sooner or later Congress passes the bill that I think we have supported to create judicial marshals in order to expand our capability to internally protect the judges that we have on field. You know, Supreme Court justices, there are 15 of us, and if one wants to win their case, they have to threaten at least 8. But for trial court judges, they are alone. They face all these challenges and obstacles and threats by their lonesome. And we have tried our best to be able to provide them with as much personal security as possible. And we hope that that bill on judicial marshals will pass. But I think that we are looking at an early approval if many of the statements made by our senators and members of the House is to be taken into consideration. As for myself, yes, of course, like any other justice, we have received our share of threats, perhaps more than others. Of course, the usual embarrassments, the usual shame campaign being done, both in social media, etc. And that goes for all of us. But it is occupational hazard. And I think, I hope that that steels our or strengthens our character more than ever in order to do the right thing. Thank you for asking, Reggie.
Thank you, Justice.
Okay, no more follow-up? All right, let's now go back to the 2 of our best Justice Beat reporters. And I'd like to give Lian the mic because Mike was the first one to ask the question earlier. Is that okay, Mike? I hope that's okay. Go ahead, Lian.
This is a very short question. So come March, will you accept your automatic nomination to become a Chief Justice of the Supreme Court?
No comment. No comment yet. Of course, I am honored to have been automatically nominated, but that is also a function of seniority. But of course, in my mind, I am looking at what I should do, and more likely, I am better at supporting a Chief Justice rather than being one. But as I said, no comment. Yun, nag-comment ako.
Okay, thank you, Justice. I'll give it to Mike.
Okay.
Justice, related to that, what are your thoughts about short terms of justices in the Supreme Court? Because unlike in the United States, where they get to stay until kingdom come
For life.
For life. In the Philippines, you have a mandatory 70-year-old cap, and you also have situations where you have early retirements. In the case of Justice Baltazar Padilla and Chief Justice Peralta, what are your thoughts if the Supreme Court is composed of justices who only serve for two years? Will it have an effect on the ability of the court to consistently rule on certain cases?
My view, no. I think that even if a person serves for only 1 year in the court as a justice, it changes the complexion of our deliberations. Every new justice brings in their own ideas, their own standpoint. For so long as the court strives to be diversified in terms of its thinking, strives to be diversified in terms of the sources from their careers to get to the Supreme Court. So perhaps Sandigan Bayan, Court of Appeals, outsiders like me from the academe, human rights movement, public interest, or outsiders like, let us say, Justice Ben Kagiwa from the profession and the commercial field, then we can have deliberations which are enriched. The Supreme Court survives most of us, and therefore what matters is that we have good deliberations. What matters for the Chief Justice is leadership. And leadership consists of the ability of the chief to be able to draw the best and ennoble and enable the best from each of the members of the court. Therefore, Supreme Court justice that is collegial, facilitative, listening and making prominent the points of view of others before his or her own is a Chief Justice that will be able to lead. Never mind whether the term of that Chief Justice is 1 week or 10 years. What is very important is the ability of that Chief Justice to draw upon the best and enable each of the justices. Second important requirement of a Chief Justice is his or her or his ability to be able to manage and administer the entire judiciary. And here, there is some creativity that is required in order to be able to devolve some of the functions that are now too centralized in the Supreme Court, such as procurement at the lower court level and many other things. The Chief Justice must be able to understand the different stations, from process server to stenographer to clerks of court, what their basic problems are, talk to the government unions that are within our sphere. And lastly, the Chief Justice must be able to communicate the ideas of the judiciary in forums like this and many others to the entire public and act as our liaison to the different government agencies and protect always the independence of the judiciary, its autonomy, and its ability to be able to do what it is tasked in terms of our constitutional order. So to me, that is what matters in terms of the Chief Justice. Let me just say, there are people that are cut to become Chief Justice. There are people that are better to become Associate Justices or Senior Associate Justices for that matter. And there are also people that are better at writing majority opinions or even dissenting opinions. And I think each of us will have their own role. Not all of us really want to become Chief Justice because of the awesome responsibility in that. And of course, there needs to be a change of character in terms of who you are whenever you become Chief Justice, because what comes first will not be your opinion. What comes first should be the opinion of all the 14 others.
Thank you, Justice. Can I ask a follow-up?
Yes, of course.
I was about to ask if I don't know if you'll answer this, but who do you think is the best Chief Justice so far? And if you think you're cut out for Chief Justice?
No, I'm not cut out for Chief Justice at the current time. And also, as to who will be best, that is not my choice. That goes through the Judicial Bar Council, and it is addressed to the President of the Republic, whoever he may be, and regardless of what their political programs are. And I follow the constitutional order. I will, of course, always respect appointments to the judiciary.
Thank you, Justice.
Okay. Should I
Wait,
go?
sorry, maybe Mike Navallo is my candidate.
No.
if he finally joins the judiciary after his stint with, oh, you're still with ABS-CBN, yes. Yeah.
Okay, should I go back to you again, Leanne, Mike, later? We do have a question from Jim Gomez of the Associated Press, and he asks in a constructive sense and only because you were asked. What in your mind are the top concerns the High Tribunal and the entire judicial system have to focus on, including independence and corruption for better image?
Okay. The court must assist government's desire to remove corruption at all levels, including its own. The court, therefore, must specifically address that. That's why unanimously, we have created a Judicial Integrity Board that will focus on only that, trying to clean up our own system. And at the level of the Supreme Court, we do have our Committee on Ethics. So that is one. Second is to maintain the independence of the judiciary. And by independence of the judiciary, come what may, to respect the opinions of the members of the court, regardless of how it will lean, whether towards or against a particular ideology, a political party, a public officer, and so on and so forth. So regardless of its outcome, the continuous protection of the integrity of the judiciary. We are without an army. We are without control of the budgets of other departments. We are the weakest in that sense. Weakest in the sense of the practical protection or pragmatic protection, but strongest in terms of being able to lay down doctrine. But the best doctrine perhaps would be better laid down if our autonomy and independence is protected. The other things are really managerial in nature. To the credit of the current Chief Justice, he has been very collegial and very consultative. So has the other Chief Justices before him, Chief Justice Luke Bersamin, and of course, Justice Teresita de Castro. They have been very consultative, and to a certain extent, they have been able to mobilize all of us to address the problems of the judiciary. So I think those are some of the more important cases. But of course, personally, I would look at cases that tend to define the concept of the rule of law in relation to social justice more than the others. I would tend to look at the possibilities of actually strengthening the procedures for arbitration so that the extent of judicial review will not be that much. Because arbitration is a better way to internalize the cost of dispute processing among commercial partners that are engaged in business, and it will remove the hands of the judiciary from resolving many of their controversies. I would, of course, go for summary procedure for more kinds of small claims in order not to delay the other cases. So for example, if I were made to choose, if your claim is less than 1 million, then it should be a summary procedure, a claim of debt less than 1 million, and so on and so forth.
All right, so I think that's it for this session and for the entire program today. But before we go, maybe you have a love advice to dish out, Justice Leonen.
I will defer to Ms. Lian Buan and Mr. Mike Navalio to give the love advice because they are my idols.
Mike, Lian? Okay, they're muted now and they did.
No comment.
Mike, go ahead.
No comment. Noting the
Okay, all right. Okay, and that's the end of this session then with Supreme Court Justice MARVIC Leonen. Thank you so much, Justice Leonen, for joining us. And now I hand over the mic to Jason Gutierrez, who is a board member of FOCAP, for a tribute to one of our founders, Gabi Tabunyar, who passed away last year.
We've come to the end of this forum, but I wish we could have had a longer time with Justice Leonen. Very interesting concepts and thoughts, sir. And as you say, we here at FOCAP will try not to be alarmed, Justice. We can't close this virtual forum without talking about Mr. Tabunyar, who had guided us all these years up until the time of his death. Mr. Tabunyar, or Tito Gabs, or Mang Gabi, as we all used to call him, would often check on me and my family out of the blue. And I am sure he did as well for all FOCAP members. How he found time to do that still astounds me. That was just how he was. He was everyone's father figure in FOCAP. Um, when rebel soldiers took over the Plush Hotel in Makati in 2007, and many journalists were taken in, he immediately went to Bikutan to confront the authorities and check on FOCAP members. And there are many instances like this. Myself, when I was preparing to be deployed to Afghanistan once, he asked me if I had sufficient protection and if the agency I worked for then was sure to take care of my family if something happened to me while I was there. Whether it be coverage of the Abu Sayyaf in the south or in Manila, for in some cases like this chase for the I Love You computer virus creator, Tito Gabi was always there asking about the welfare of us journalists. He was almost always never absent. He was always there, and he was always at first. How he did this, sometimes we just didn't know. He was also generous to servers at Makati restaurants he often frequented. I remember their shock when we told them about the old man's passing. Perhaps all of us in FOCAP never entertained the idea of us FOCAP without Tito Gabs. He was the only one who could effectively, tell a guest to shut up or to shush them. Yet he can do it in such a way that the guest would actually be thankful that he did. I suspected that all presidents were in awe of him in some way, shape, or form, even more so the younger politicians. If they hear they were being invited by Mr. Tabunyar to be a guest speaker at FOCAP, they would be hard pressed to say no. Simply put, being extended an invitation by FOCAP and by Mr. Gabunyar himself was indeed an honor. In his twilight years, he carefully chose and tapped many young ones to lead FOCAP. Simply put, Mr. Gabi Tabunyar was Mr. FOCAP. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that wonderful tribute, Jason. We've now finally come to the end of our program. Thank you so much to everyone who came over today. And let me just thank again all the speakers who dropped by at the Prospects Forum. Defense Secretary DELFIN Lorenzana, Philippine Ambassador to the U.S., Jose Manuel Romualdez, Bangsamoro Chief Minister Alhaj Ibrahim Murad, UN Special Rapporteur Agnes CALLAMARD, NEDA Secretary KARL, and Supreme Court Justice MARVIC Leonen. So thanks so much again to everyone who made it today. Thank you also to the team. We'll be providing and uploading a recording of today's event. So follow us on Facebook and follow us on social media. And tune in to the upcoming issue of our in-house FOCAP magazine, Prospects.